We're live.
Yes, alright, we're live. Giving our praises to Yahweh,
Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Ba'ashem, Rakah Kadash.
double honors to all the elders and the apostles of Great Millstone. Salute to all the 144,000 minutes out here. So, coming back at you, man. Out here on the highways and the byways, man. I'm just going to start off in Jonah. Yeah, scripture Jonah. I'm going to read through Jonah and see where the Spirit takes us. I'll be right as a reader. Verse 1? Yeah, from verse 1. And anybody have any precepts, like I say, see what the Spirit takes us. Yeah? Start from the top. Yeah, there's a lot happening, man. There's a lot happening. You know, the Spirit, we're going to see where the Spirit takes us as far as prophecy, the current events. Got it?
Yep. Right, this is Jonah chapter 1, starting at verse 1. Now the word of Yahweh came unto Jonah, the son of Amittai, saying, Arise and go to Nineveh, that great city, and cry against it, for their wickedness has come up before me.
Yeah, so this is the admonition to Jonah. We all know the story, but yeah, we're going to get you some reminders now. You know, the moral of the story. There's a couple of morals in there we've got to learn from them. You know, we're out here now. What we doing, man? We're crying, innit? Crying, sighing and crying, man. Was that Ezekiel? Yeah. Ezekiel's 9.
And also Isaiah 58 verse 3, crying out, spare not.
Yeah, man.
Lift up thy voice as a trumpet.
That's what we're doing. And Jonah, the story of Jonah is a character. Let's carry on reading.
Verse 2, Arise and go to Nineveh, that great city, and cry against it, for their wickedness has come up before me. But Jonah rose up to flee unto Tarshish from the presence of Yahweh.
Yeah, he rose up to go to some different opposite direction, Tarshish. You know, and as we read on, right, we're going to get the gist of it. Reading on.
Verse 3, But Jonah rose up to flee unto Tarshish from the presence of Yahweh, and went down to Joppa, and he found a ship going to Tarshish, so he paid the fare thereof, and went down into it, to go with them unto Tarshish from the presence of Yahweh.
Yeah, it says from the presence of Yahweh, man. Boy, I have to think back, you know, put myself in the picture. I wonder if I've ever done something like that. Because I remember Big Brother, he made mention of it. You know, Elder Big Brother made mention of Jonah. And that story, I've always been fascinated by that story. I read it, he went down unto go with them unto the Tarshish from the presence of the Lord. You know? So right now we're in the presence of the Lord. Yeah, let's carry on reading.
There you go. So back in verse 4, Jonah 1 verse 4, But the Yahweh sent a great wind unto the sea, and there was a mighty tempest in the sea, so that the ship was like to be broken.
Yeah, most I said, no, we're not having that, mate. You know, we're not having that, you know, because that's why he sent that tempest. Yeah, and he's gonna make sure he's gonna eventually get the message. Just carry on reading.
Yep. Then the mariners were afraid, and cried every man unto his God, and cast forth the waters that were in the ship into the sea, to lighten it of them. But Jonah was gone down into the sides of the ship, and he lay fast asleep.
Yeah. Picture that. Jonah on a stormy sea in a ship. Right, it says that the mariners were afraid and cried every man. They was all crying, and you know, you can imagine picturing it in your mind. They're crying, saying, what is all this? You know, and you got sailors, and they're known as being brave. They're some of the brave people. It's one of the, you need courage to do that job. You know, but even still, these was crying. You know, those responsible for the ship. But what was Jonah doing? Read that again.
Verse 5, Then the mariners were afraid, and cried every man unto his God, and cast forth the wares that were in the ship into the sea, to lighten it of them.
Yeah, they throw some overboard stuff, you know, luggage, whatever the case may be. It doesn't say what it is. Yeah, they cast forth the wares that were in the, and you know, I want to look up some of these words. But let's just see if we can get the point, some of these points. Yeah.
They cast over the wares that were in the ship into the sea to lighten it to them, but Jonah was gone down into the sides of the ship, and he lay and was fast asleep.
Well, what kind of mindset did Jonah have, man? What kind of a man was he, man? You know what I mean? I don't know, I can't say, but from reading here, he's like, he just said, nah, man, I'm not doing what the Most High asked me. And he just goes to sleep. I mean, your parents ask you, I'm just picturing it, you know, practically. Your parents ask you to do something, you know, go and clean up your room or go to the shop for me, and you just, you know, eventually you find a way not to, and then you go into your room and just roll over and go to sleep. It's something like similar to that in a, you know, in a fleshly kind. So he didn't have no regard, and the understanding is gonna come to us as we read. But that's the picture that comes to my mind. Read it on.
Verse 6.
Yeah.
So the shipmaster came to him and said unto him, What meanest thou, O sleeper? Arise and call upon thy God, if it be so that God will think upon us that we perish not.
Yeah, they're shaking him, waking him up, telling him, what are you doing, man? Sleeping for, man. You know, call upon your God, so that we don't all go down and drown. So they know something's going on. They can't really put their finger on it, but they know there's something about this dude who's in the bottom of the ship sleeping. Yeah, something's cooking. What is it? Read it. Carry on.
Verse 7. And they said every one to his fellow, Come and let us cast lots, that we may know for whose cause this evil is upon us.
Yeah.
So they cast lots, and the lot fell upon Jonah.
Casting lots, for anybody that don't know, it's like you got these things nowadays, man. What is it? Finger, fist, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors. No, I don't know why that just comes to me, but that's what, you know, to see who gets the you know, who wins the game. Casting lots is similar to that. There's some games, you know, along those lines.
Or pulling straws.
Pulling straws, yeah, pulling straws. And who gets the shorter straw is the one that, you know, he's the one, the odd one out. You know, the game of odd one out. So they cast lots. I'll read it. Then said they unto him, Tell us, we pray thee, for whose cause this evil, right? So they're coming to a conclusion. There's something going on here. We don't know what it is. Something about this dude, yeah? Who caused this evil upon us? What is thine occupation? And whence comest thou? What is thy country? And of what people art thou? Right? The light is what's the word, man? He's being called out now. You know, Jonah's being called out. The light is getting brighter. The light is shining upon him. He's become like a deer in a headlight. Read on in 9.
And he said unto them, I am a Hebrew, and I fear Yahweh, the God of heaven, which hath made the sea and the dry land. Then were the men exceedingly afraid, and said unto him, Why hast thou done this? For the men knew he had fled from the presence of Yahweh, because he had told them.
Alright, so that's the testimony that came out. Through all that drama, right? He's telling them when I'm absconder, hitching a ride, but there's another word. I mentioned it to you the other day. Stowaway. There's another word as well. You might come back to it. When you get someone and you put them in you might put them in a suitcase and try and smuggle them. You know, it's like there's a name for it.
There's a name for it. What do they call it over here?
There's a name for it. Anyway,
smuggling. No. They always complaining about it over here where immigrants come in and possibly.
Yeah.
The name escapes.
But they got
immigrants.
Yeah, they got the idea. So we tried hitching a ride. That's a good one. You know, smuggling, sneaking. You know. So read that again in 10.
Verse 10, Jonah 1 verse 10 again. Then were the men exceedingly afraid, and they said unto him, Why hast thou done this? For the men knew that he had fled from the presence of Yahweh, because he had told them.
You're like absconder. There's another word that just comes to me. Absconder. I'm trying to really get home in on my words, you know. It's good to do that because it improves your confidence, it improves your vocabulary, and your understanding better, you know. scriptures. So absconder, hitchhiker. So yeah, man, he actually fought. Imagine that. He actually
Stowaway.
stowaway. That's it. Stowaway. Yeah. So imagine that you're gonna hide from the eyes of the Lord, or is he fooling himself? So let's see. Read on in 11.
Verse 11 says, And they said unto him, What shall we do unto thee, that the sea might be calm unto us? For the sea wrought and was tempestuous.
Read on.
Verse 12, And he said unto them, Take me up and cast me forth into the sea, so shall the sea be calm unto you. For I know that for my sake this great tempest is upon you.
Yeah, his conscience must have been quickly to say that. He didn't want it to go down. If it's gonna, anything's gonna happen, let it just be. That's the spirit. That's the spirit of a spiritual man. Yeah, he just do that, and he said, "Well, I can't let it go there. They cast lots already. Reading on in 17. You know, there's morals to this story.
This is
13, rather.
Yeah, 13. Nevertheless, the men rowed hard to bring it to the land, but they could not, for the sea wrought and was tempestuous against them.
Yeah.
Wherefore they cried unto Yahweh and said, We beseech you, O Yahweh, we beseech thee, let us not perish for this man's life.
Yeah, so I can stop there. I want to make a point in that 13, because they said, throw me overboard, and they said, no, we don't want to do that. You know, they had some kind of mercy on them. But then the Spirit of the Lord, we did what? Nevertheless, the men rowed hard to bring it to the land. Right? They rowed hard to bring him to land, you know, to make everything, bring things back to normal. But they could not, for the sea wrought and the tempest against them. The Most High riled up the sea. You know, he's the God of the sea, the land. You know, he controls all the seasons. So he wasn't going to have it. And anyway, let's carry on. 14.
Yep. Wherefore they cried unto Yahweh and said, We beseech thee, O Yahweh, we beseech thee, let us not perish for this man's life, and lay not upon us innocent blood, for thou, O Yahweh, hast done as it pleased thee.
Yeah. Right?
So they took up Jonah and cast him forth into the sea, and the sea ceased from her raging. Then the men feared Yahweh exceedingly, and offered a sacrifice unto Yahweh and made vows.
See? They made a sacrifice to the Lord. See, sometimes you do things and you think you're going to get away with it. Run away from the Lord or hide from the Lord, the Almighty. You know, but that was the Most High's plan for him to do that. Because you had, what they call them, Marines, you might call them mariners, right? You might call them today, we call them today pirates, sailors, fishermen, you know, something to that effect. And they gave glory to the Lord. We just read what, 13 or 14, yeah? 16, all right. Read it again.
Then the men feared Yahweh exceedingly, and offered a sacrifice unto Yahweh and made vows.
I could hear him out of a well. Doesn't matter where you are, most I can still hear you. Yeah? Read on.
Verse 3, For thou hast cast me into the deep, in the midst of the seas, and the floods compassed me about, all thy billows, and thy waves pass over me.
Yeah, he's describing where his feelings in there. Pitch dark, you mentioned that, it's not like he was in hell. You know, that's the time when Jake, when Jake is in trouble, that's when he really starts to beseech the Most High. What was he doing before the dramas took place? He went and hid from the Most High. In your common sense mind, that's why you know he weren't. What they say, when you're going off, when you go off, you go off. That's how you know he was going off. He wasn't reasoning correctly. He went off. Tried to hide from the Lord, and he knew better than that. He's a spiritual man. But when you go off, sometimes when Jake goes off, you're not reasoning. You're not thinking clearly. But now his senses is coming back to him. And look at where he is before his senses to come back to him. Read through again.
Go on. Jonah chapter 2 verse 3, For thou hast cast me into the deep, in the midst of the seas, and the floods compassed me about. All thy billows and thy waves pass over me.
Yeah, carry on.
Then I said, I am cast out of thy sight, yet I will look again toward thy holy temple.
See, that's what you call it, coming to his senses. But where is he coming to his senses? In the fish of a well, in hell.
Yeah.
Where are we now? We're in hell.
We're in hell.
Right, we're in the belly of the beast. We're in hell. What we doing? Any precepts you brothers can bring them out. There's one that comes to mind. Wisdom of Solomon 5, Ezekiel 37. You know those type of precepts there. Calling upon the Lord. Bring it out.
This is Jeremiah chapter 20 and verse 7. O Lord, thou hast deceived me, and I was deceived. Thou art stronger than I, and hast prevailed. I am in derision daily, everyone mocketh me. For since I spake, I cried out, I cried violence and spoil, because the word of the Lord was made a reproach unto me, and a derision daily. Then I said, I will not make mention of him, nor speak any more in his name. But his word was in mine heart as a burning fire, shut up in my bones, and I was weary with forbearing, and I could not stay.
You're gonna try and give the Most High the cold shoulder. Okay. See how far you get with that. You and your girl have an argument, you know what I mean? And she give you the cold shoulder, you know. You're somewhere driving far out in the, going to somewhere, you're driving far, and sometimes it's women and you get into an argument in the car, she says, right, the relationship done, she get out of the car, slam it down, start walking down the road. Giving you the cold shoulder when she has to end up coming back. That just came to my mind. She will come back because she knows she's in a desert, she's in a desert, she's stranded. She needs her man. And it takes the emotions to die down and calm down for the logic to kick back in. But that's us, man. That's us. I've got a precept to add. You got one?
Yeah,
Bring out yours.
You finished, brother?
Can't.
Psalms
No, fuck yeah. Because he made that point about he was crying. Read it again, man. Let me get my train of thought back. You got yours.
Jeremiah 20, starting at 7. O Lord, thou hast deceived me, and I was deceived. Thou art stronger than I, and hast prevailed.
You see, now he realizes, well, who are we, man? We're worms. Isaiah 41. He said that just come to my mind. Isaiah 41. Jacob, fear not, thy little worm. We're just worms, man. You see? Carry on again, reading.
I am in derision daily. Everyone mocketh me. For since I spake, I cried out, I cried violence and spoil, because the word of the Lord was made a reproach unto me, and a derision daily. Then I said, I will not make mention of him, nor speak any more in his name. But his word was in mine heart as a burning fire, shut up in my bones, and I was weary with forbearing, and I could not stay.
That's Jeremiah, isn't it?
Can't.
As a young man speaking, he wanted to stop speaking. He was being against his own people, the opposition that he came up against. And so they wanted to quench his fire. He tried to quench his fire, but the fire only started to kindle even more. It burned even stronger, and and that's how that. The crows. Oh, brothers have been saying there's been a lot of crows, man. The crows, what do they symbolize? In certain areas, it's not a good omen, but that one was, this kingdom is doomed, man. This kingdom is doomed. And I'm always locked in with the sounds and whatever. So now that's what we're doing in the hell of that great well. Crying out to the Most High. Burning. The fire is kindled now. Right? That's why they tried to put the fire out. They've tried many times. They couldn't do that. Bring out your
just to add what the brother is saying. Psalms 31, verse 9. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I'm in trouble. Mine eye is consumed with grief, yea, my soul and my belly. My life is spent with grief, and my years with sighing. My strength faileth because of my iniquity, and my bones are consumed.
Read that and quote it again.
The book of Psalms 31 and 9. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I am in trouble. My eye is consumed with grief, yea, my soul is my belly. For my life is spent with grief, and my years with sighing. My strength faileth because of my iniquity. Go on. And my bones are consumed.
That's King David. That reminds me of Psalm 51 after he sinned with Bathsheba. he went off, you know, because when sometimes Jacob, you know, even man of the Lord go off. Looking at this story at the moment of Jonah, it's a very simple and basic story, but there's many morals to it. It's good to remember as we're getting these reminders. Bring out your precept.
This is Psalms chapter 23 from verse 1. Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thou art my rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Yeah, and this is the house of the Lord now. Yeah, David went off. You know, he was a man of the Lord. Dawada, beloved of the Most High, a man that was highly favored, beloved of the Most High. But he went off. When he went off, he went off. But he when he came back what? 10 times harder, stronger, and he's beseeching the Lord here. That rod, he was talking about dwelling in the house of the Lord. That's what we're, that's where we are now. And the green pastures is this truth. You know, the rod is a stabilizer. You know, which the house of Judah is giving that rod, scepter. You know, which is given to the house of the tribe. Scepter is what Yahushua is using to rule. You know, rule over us. Ruler is going to come back. You're gonna in Psalms 2 it says we're gonna have a scepter too. All of us. You know, gonna ask of me and I shall give you the heathen. You know, someone get that. I got a precept. So while I'm looking, find that precept while I'll read this. Psalms 34 and 7. The angel of the Lord encampeth round about them that fear him, and he delivereth them. Yeah. So that was an angel in the fish. Listen, man. Don't put it past the Most High, an angel in the fish. Well, there's one thing I would say, the angel was controlling the fish, mind control. You understand? Via the Most High, sending the angels, mind control the great well. You know, in the end that we're gonna see the outcome. Let's go back to Jonah. And another precept, 8. Oh, taste and see the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. Yeah, that was a trustful thing. To cast me out, man. Cast me out, and they said, no, we don't want to cast you out. You look like a man somewhat respectable. You know, look at him up and down. You look like some man, somewhat something about him. You know, sometimes people look at us and say something about this guy. You may even have a beard. You may be in your casual clothes. Maybe your hair's all maybe not even 100% comb and what the case may be. But trust me, women, they see something about you that you may not even see. See that they didn't want to. That's why they didn't want to dash him overboard. Yeah. Taste. I read it again. Psalms 34 and 8. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. Yeah, that was his trust. His trust. So let me just dash me out the water, man. So let's get back to Jonah. Get back to the point. Jonah reading on.
Did you still Revelation broken to shivers?
Psalms. Bring it. I tell you what. Bring out what you got. All right. So let me get my train of thought. Yeah.
For Psalms chapter 2 and 8, ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron.
Right.
Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel.
Yeah, talking about the rod, the scepter, that rod, man. That's a symbol of rulership. Yeah, that's a symbol of rulership. And all the elect, 145,000, we're going to be ruling with that. You know, when he hear that, because you won't hear that in the Christian church, but when they hear that via online via they hear us talking, they say, what's that? That's not love. But that's not the gospel, but it's the gospel. Because what happened to us while we was in the Jim Crow, right? The lynching, the castrating, the laughing bucket, that one really got me. There's some things that's better for me not to think of too much. So what was that? Was that love? Remember we used to have the placards, you know, when they showed us what we look like, the what do you call the thing that around our necks? Yoke of irons, and some of them had spikes on the end of it, and the reason why they had spikes all around it, because, yeah. So when you try and run, and you say, right, I'm going to catch up in here near the bushes, you can't catch up. You get all catch up in the bushes. You can't lie down, so you can't sleep. You can't run anyway. You know what I mean? And there's other torturing mechanisms that they had that they used, you know, on our women. You know, it gets gruesome. So what's that word divided? Listen, man, we're gonna be using that word divided, man. You understand? And I'll be meditating terror. Yeah, all throughout the weeks. Our brother's saying that spiritual powers are not far now. You know, like I said, we're just gonna carry on reading. Anybody got a precept? I'm gonna get back to Jonah.
Just hold you on to back up what I just read. Revelation 2, starting from 26. And he overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end. To him will I give power over the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron.
Yeah.
And as the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father.
Yeah, what did I call that? Vengeance,
Right.
payback, the big payback,
Righteous retribution.
righteous retribution, James Brown song, you know, the big payback, you know, that's a nice booming tune, that tune there, you know what I mean? So that's real, and the Most High's about that. Was it 1 Thessalonians? I got it right here.
2 Thessalonians chapter 1 and verse 6. See, it is a righteous thing with the Most High to recompense tribulation to them that trouble you.
Right, that word there, I want to look at that word. Anybody got there can get access to that? Righteous thing. Because we're putting things in context, because people think, oh, that's not the gospel. Right, we're going to teach you the gospel. Right? It's going to be hands-on, we're going to be teaching you the gospel. The rod of iron, you know, with that rod of iron, and it's going to be, we're looking at the word now. You see, you're hearing about all these judgments taking place. There's more Excel bullies. There's like these Excel bullies, like they took on another kind of another level of judgment, man. This thing is escalating. Every week I'm hearing about more. I can't keep up. Yep. Let me know when you find it.
What word did you want in there?
Righteous. Yeah, I can't keep up. Like I say, I'm locked in. I just got this thing about being locked into the animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
The word for righteous is ikaios, which means a righteous observing of divine laws, in a wide sense, upright, righteous, virtuous, keeping the commandments of the Most High God.
Yep.
Of those who seem themselves to be righteous, who pride themselves to be righteous, who pride themselves in their virtues, whether real or imagined, innocent, faultless, guiltless,
Yep.
used of him whose way of thinking, feeling, and acting is wholly conformed to the will of the Most High God,
Boom.
and who therefore needs no rectification in the heart or life.
Yeah.
There's a few more.
Well, you kind of touched on it. Do you see anything that you want to bring out? Anything more you want to bring out?
Yeah, just a few. It
Alright,
says
go on.
approved or acceptable of the Most High God.
Wow.
In a narrower sense, rendering to each his due, in a judicial sense, passing just judgment on others, whether expressed in words
There you
or
go.
shown by the manner of dealing with them.
Yeah. For anybody that's been in front of the judge, anybody, you know, in line, whatever, they have a hammer in it. They say, right, you know, boom, such and such, custodial sentence, reserve sentence, whatever the sentence is, and they slam down the hammer, man. You know, so that's their judgment that they are performing to the laws of this kingdom. So we're gonna be slamming down the hammer, though. We got a hammer. You understand? Go on.
As they say, you know, they say a fool in his heart said it with God. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I could make a piece of paper, brother.
Yeah. You got to bring
Yeah,
it.
they think, you know, the wicked, they think they're the fool, they say there's no such thing as God, yeah? Psalms, back in Psalms again. Psalms chapter 10, verse 11. He said, in his heart, God hath forgotten. Right? They think that the Lord has a short memory.
Yeah.
See? He hath forgotten. Hideth his face. He will never see it. Arise, O Lord, O our power. Lift up thine hand. Forget not the humble. Yeah? Because, you know, who is the meek? Who is the humble? You know? We are. Right? Wherefore doth the wicked contemn God? He hath said in his heart, thou wilt not require it.
Right. That's
No?
the wicked.
That's
They
wicked.
said that there is no God. So that's the wicked of our own people, and then you've got the Goyim, which we're going to rule over the Goyim, yeah, the other nations. The Goyim, the big-nosed people, yeah, the big-nosed people with the small hats, you know what I'm talking about. There are other tribes, the Eves, our own people that rebelling against us and against the Lord. And they haven't come back, and they have no intention on coming back. We're going to rule over them because they said that there is no God. So that makes them a fool. So when you look at, we just looked at the word righteous judgment, conforming to the righteous judgment of our judge, our God, carrying out judgment, right? That rod. You understand? So if anybody says no, that's not the gospel, that's not love, they ain't the elect, right? They ain't of the elect. Now, if they turn around and start to change, maybe.
Okay.
Right. So, yeah, we was in Jonah. Yeah. So let's get back to Jonah.
This is Jonah chapter 2, verse 4.
Yeah.
Then I said, I am cast out of thy sight, yet I will look again toward thy holy temple.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to lose to appreciate what you had. Sometimes you might lose it, or the Most High may take it away from you as a punishment. This is the story what we're coming to understand. Especially Yashua Allah, stiff-necked people. We're known as the stiff-necked people. But now, all throughout Egypt, we was going through those the famine through Egypt. They fed us manna. That's in Deuteronomy 8. They fed us manna. Someone could get that. Deuteronomy chapter 8. But yeah, because we had to go through to recognize what we had. The Most High put us through it, man. Manna. People were murmuring and complaining. They want food to eat, quails. So the Most High, we're gonna get to that. But sometimes, it's a good thing when you lose something and you realize what you lost. You come back, and there's a song about Herb, Peaches and Herb, reunited. That's Jake, that's us. But we're reunited with our Maker, our Creator, our power source. That so-called superhero, that's what happened to him when he was cast out for the hammer, right? He was cast out of Asgard, that make-believe city, right? But there's a moral to the story. He was cast out of Asgard for rebelling and not taking heed to his father. You know what I mean? Odin. So when he was cast out and the hammer was snatched from him and he was stripped of his garment, he said, now you are forbidden, and he cast him down to the earth. But he who holds the hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of war. And he was stripped of all his immortality, his powers. And he was cast down to earth as a mortal, and he had to fight for any little thing he had to get. He was trying to get his hammer back, but there was nothing he could do. The hammer was fixed, set in some concrete. And he came, he was still big, and he came and he thought, yeah, maybe if I wrestled with it hard enough, long enough, I'll wrestle it out of the ground. But there was a big line of queue of people trying to wrestle that hammer out of the concrete, man. He was now banished for him to realize, and if you know the story, to get back into his mindset, because they got that from the scriptures. You understand? We went off same way the storyline, he went off and he had to lose something for him to realize what he had, spiritual power. At the end of the story, if you've seen it, when he was knocked out by the iron giant, the destroyer, the iron giant that burns fire, blows fire. He was knocked back a couple of times, and there's nothing he can do. He was literally left for dead. He was literally left for dead, unconscious. His eyes rolled up in his head. But then Odin, you know, all that symbolism in there. You can see what the story's about. Odin, right? You could put it together. Odin was in Odin's sleep, and you see a tear come to his eye, and he had mercy on him. And then a hammer just came out of nowhere, out of the sky. And Thor was lying down, and his eyes were shut, and his hand just went up, like automatically. His eyes were shut, he was left for dead. And his hand just went up, and he got up like some kind of, you know, power source was flying through him, and he was dealt with the destroyer, the iron fire-breathing giant. So he realized what he had, and he was happy when he got his power back. The girl wanted him again, you know, realized who he was. Now that's us, man. You know, getting back to this story, yeah. Sometimes you gotta reunite. You gotta be reunited, man. Pieces of earth.
And when you're reunited, it feels so good. You know what I mean?
Having an argument, some people say, what is it, love, break up to make up in relationships. Breaking up to make up. And then you got make up sex. People say that's the best sex you could ever have. Anyway, you know, just to make a point. Now we're coming back with your whole bar shimmy or shy, yeah, seeking 10 times more. You got a picture?
Just in Baruch 4, starting from 25, my children, suffer patiently the wrath that has come upon you from the Most High. Thine enemy hath persecuted thee, but shortly thou shalt see his destruction and shalt tread upon his neck. My delicate ones have gone rough ways and were taken away as a flock caught of the enemy.
Yeah. You stop there, man. The delicate one is us, man. Yahshua Allah, yeah? Otherwise known as woman, that delicate woman. Yahshua Allah, the Prince of the Power, his name in the Hebrew. You know? Prince of the Power, Yahshua Allah, Israel. You know? Sons of God, Yahshua Allah. That's us, the delicate ones. His wife. Yeah, let's finish it.
27, Baruch 4 and 27, be of good comfort, O my children, and cry unto the Most High, for ye shall be remembered of him that brought these things upon you. For as it was your mind to go astray from the Most High, so being returned, seek him 10 times more.
Alright, yeah, we're catching up on lost time. That's why you see, you know, you've got camps just keep on growing, just keep on growing, just keep on growing. And it's not the will, it's all of the will of the Most High. You know, camp set up, and the camp gets so big, it starts to split up. You've got brothers over there, you know, in the same area, but just over there. The camp keeps on growing, man. That's that seeking him 10 times more. See the birds are chiming up. They agree. And the birds are on our side, by the way, you ease.
But they're crying out for help too, aren't they?
Yeah, they're on our side. They're backing us up. They're about this gospel, right? Because even you women, right, who own your dogs, I see you, right? You know, on my tracks, you know, in my little tracks. I look at the dog's eyes. The dog looks sad, man. They always look sad. They're always trying to get away from you, man. You know what you're doing with the dogs, man. Leave the dogs them alone.
It's like the Pink Floyd song, hey, teacher, leave the dogs alone.
That was that guy. He came up. He made me laugh. He was that stand-up comedian, Tracy Morgan. You people, one of his first stand-ups when he was new on the scene, he blew up. He was on that he went on one of those stages where if they like you, they embrace you. If they don't, you know, they boo you. But they loved him, and he said, "You, what's wrong with you white people?" He said, "I've got some issues with you guys. I'm stressed out, you white people." Yeah. What's the thing about solving the problem of shark attack? I got the solution for shark attack. Leave the sharks alone. I put it on the chat.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
You know, it's just common sense anyway. You understand? But there are many a true word is said in jest. People got common sense, man. If you wanna preserve the animals, leave them alone. Stop exploiting them. Stop doing experiments on them. Stop going in their environment and in cages where they can put their heads through, and then you might get you lose a limb or something, or you say I want to go out the cage and see what's going to happen, and it bite you, and then you say there's a shark attack. What are we going to do about shark attacks? You're in their territory.
Yeah.
Leave them alone. I'm going to say just how he said it. He was preaching, man. Even though he was saying it in jest. Bring out the precept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Proverbs 12 and 10. A righteous man regardeth the life of his beast,
There you go.
but the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel.
Yep. So we're going to look after the animals. We're talking about pets before camp. You see? Now, because I live in my area and I have to keep moving around, the circumstances, I love cats so much. I wouldn't have a cat now or a domesticated animal. You have to have the right circumstances, the right environment, even the right neighbours. You don't know what these people might do. They grab up the damn thing. You don't see it. It's gone missing. Same people have the same worries with having children. So, but in the kingdom, we're going to be looking out for them. No one ain't messing with our animals. What's that? Second entrance, set 6 and 51. The whole world was made for our sake. No one ain't messing with our animals. They're ours. They're not going to belong to you. Job chapter 9 and 24. They're ours. Leave them alone. Indiana Jones, always jumping out of planes, and then worry about jumping out of planes. Stay your ass on the floor. Stop going in planes and parachuting out, what they call it, base jumping and all of that. And then you're wondering why you're getting in accidents. What's the matter? You can't keep yourself at home with the scripture about that as well.
On the subject of animals in the kingdom, we're going to have a good time with them. This is Isaiah 11, starting at verse 6, read down to verse 8. It says, the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. And the cow and the bear shall feed their young ones, and the young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox, and the suckling child shall play on the hole of an asp, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the cockatrice den.
An asp is a form of snake. Am I correct here? Yeah, it's a form of snake, yeah? Some of them are poisonous. A lot of them actually poisonous. So our children will be playing with them, you know? Some people worry about if they go to certain places that they would say to the children, no, don't play with don't play with snakes, right? Because they're worried about what the snake might do, might bite them and inject some of that venom into them. And it may well do, and it does happen, because there is a spirit created for vengeance, but we're going to be playing with them. We ain't going to be worried about XL dogs, bullies and all of that, coming and dragging away. A matter of fact, might have someone look that one up in one of the latest attacks. Carry on reading it.
Yeah, last verse, it's verse 9. And they shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of Yahweh as the waters cover the sea.
Yeah, see? Back into its nature, because the earth's crying out too. I was meant to go into it. The earth is crying out. That's why you're having a lot of these. In where is it? Libya at the moment. I was watching this, right? Because you can't. It's too much, seasons and catastrophes we call it. Torrential weather, strange weather taking place. This one just got my attention. In Libya, you got a lot of like luxury houses and all of that, right? And they're having problems with the earth cracking, fragmenting, and sewage is coming up into people's houses. See how easy it is, man. From the Most High, he says he has judgment and a spirit created for vengeance, with dogs and all, everything. The earth, that's the earth crying out anyway. So they got sewage just coming up into the houses, man. You see how unsafe this kingdom is? He that a man that builds his house upon the sand, the foolish man builds his house upon the sand, the wise man builds his house upon the concrete, on the rock. So in the spirit, we're building our house upon the rock. But also, it shows that this earth is crying out for justice.
And because of their greed too, brother.
Their greed. And it's giving them the boot. Because they want new landlords. The earth wants to be looked after, just like it's a living being. A living breathes. It breathes. It lives and it breathes. It grows. It feeds. It's alive.
And he wants to expand.
And he wants to expand and he wants to be left alone. like I made the point about the animals. You know, leave this, all that shark attack. Someone got a precept. Bring it out.
I've got a precept here.
Yeah.
Romans 8:21. Because the creature itself also shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of the Most High. For we know that the whole creation groaneth
Yeah.
and travaileth in pain together until now. And not only they, but ourselves also, which have the first fruits of the Spirit, even we ourselves groan within ourselves, waiting for the adoption, to wit, the redemption of our body.
Yeah. Alright, so when we meditate terror, I know I do, right? But now we think about what we're going to be doing to the nation. But one of my chores, which I know your host got to get, he's going to get he's going to get his justice first. Right? We're going to be supporting Abu Ratazar with those guys, the real 154,000, the real superheroes. We're going to have chores, we're going to have assignments, going to be handed down to us via our King David, via Yahushua, via Yahweh, our rulers. And I hope that one of my chores, my assignments is to go and let all the animals out of the zoo, deal with all those people that are dealing with the animals wickedly, behind the scenes, that we can see, and behind the scenes. Oh yeah, someone look up XL bully attack. There's one, I think it's an 8-year-old, but there's a couple. Some child was attacked with a XL bully. And going around and just making sure that people that are molesting the animals, the dogs, molesting them, that's the correct word. I'm going to read it. Read out. Read out. Don't mind. Because he's going to find some as well. Read that one. That's it. It mentions XL bully dog, yeah? Yeah, read it.
Says here, XL Bully's latest, son pays tribute to mother killed in suspected dangerous dog attack.
What's the date on that one?
2nd February 2020. I mean 5th February 2020.
Yeah, this month, early this month. Yeah, see? There's always something happening, man, about it. That's the animals crying out as well. Yeah.
Says here, Esther Martin, 68, was pronounced dead at the scene of Jaywick, Essex, after suspected XL bully attack.
Yep.
The son of a woman killed in the suspected XL bully attack has paid tribute to his mother, who died while visiting her 11-year-old grandson over the weekend. Police were called to an address in Jaywick, Essex, after 4 p.m. on Saturday, where officers found the victim named by her family as Esther Martin seriously injured.
Yeah.
The 68-year-old from Woodford Green, London, was sadly pronounced dead at the scene. Her son Paul Martin posted on Facebook, "Love you lots, Mom. Sleep tight and give Claire Louise a big hug from me, love.
Yeah.
You both lots."
Yeah, that's it. She's what, 60-something?
68.
Yeah. Old woman, man. Just before she's going to kick the bucket more, I said, I want to get old. You ain't going to die by so-called natural causes. I'm going to send a judgment upon you for what you've been doing. The most I know what she's been doing. She may be a so-called humanitarian and love animals. Eventually, that turns upside down. Yeah, did you find one?
Yeah. This is an article from the Independent, and this is published on 11th of February. It says a boy 8 years old suffers serious head injury in horrific attack by XL bully dog. The boy was taken to hospital for treatment of serious head injuries, where he remains in a serious but stable condition.
See?
Yeah. An 8-year-old boy has been left with life-changing injuries after he was mauled by a dog believed to be an XL bully, as police arrested a man and a woman over the attack.
Sure,
Yeah, right. Merseyside police was called to Wadham Road in Bootle just after 5:20 p.m. on Saturday, following a report that the dog had bitten the boy's head in the communal area of flats nearby. The boy was taken to hospital for treatment of serious head injuries, where he remains in a serious but stable condition. Officers then seized the dog, which is believed to be an XL bully,
Right.
and a 49-year-old woman and a 30-year-old man from Bootle have been arrested on suspicion of being a person in charge of a dangerous dog,
Right. Yeah.
and of causing injury.
Yeah.
neither are related to the child, and they have been taken into custody.
The 8-year-old boy is critically injured. So, the keeper, the owner of the dog, is in charge with what dangerous dog, what do you call it?
Out of control, dangerous dog.
Yeah. What do they do to these dogs to make them so wild? And I look, like I say, I'm in tune with animals, but I look at them, I look at these dogs, because you can see there's a difference between them. You've got the standard Rottweiler, you've got the Pit Bull, right? You've got the, what do they call the other one? The Great Dane. These are all dogs that I was aware of, right? Pit Bull, Great Dane, Rottweiler, all dogs that you'll be aware of when you see them. You know that you don't want to fucking you. But when you look at this dog, the XL Bully dog, he's got a fucking mouth from here to there.
He's got a spirit on him.
That's what is it? That's that, and it's got a spirit on him, and it's what they call it, a crossbreed motherfucker, man, hybrid. I saw.
So lucky that goes into the mixing of seeds.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Most High ain't really with that.
So they trained it, but listen, but even better than that, still the Most High, he's with it because he's using it against them. He's putting the spirit on them to deal with the owners that are training them to do what they want to do to people like me, people like us, because that's what they're training for. Because I came up with one, saw one not too long. I always see them. I'm aware of them. You know, and I just give them a certain look, and I know the Most High got them. They ain't messing with none of them. Hopefully left. They ain't messing with them. But you just know that they're not something you ramp with. If the Most High put a spirit on them to say, right, tear that shit up. No one, you ain't getting away. It's like it sees like radar, and it's going for it, blood, and it's not gonna finish. It speaks about that. They ain't gonna finish unless they appease the wrath of the Most High. That's bring it out, man, and then bring yours out after.
Yeah, Ecclesiasticus 39. But if you notice something, right, with these dogs, the owners is it's attached to certain type of people too, you know. You know what I mean? Because these people use these dogs for protection, right? When it's a protection, like, you know, that they like to keep their weapons and stuff like that. And because, you know, the police might clamp down on these when they put them to the side and search them. So what people do, they use these dogs as a form of protection, because they've got a spirit. The person that,
Like they may be guard dogs.
yes.
Someone broke into my house, so I need a guard dog.
Yeah.
That's their excuse.
But what they do, they use it as intimidation.
Yeah.
They walk on the street, it's a form of intimidation, intimidating other people. To Ecclesiasticus 39 verse 28. There be spirits that are created for vengeance, which in their fury lay on sore strokes.
Take your time, man.
Start again.
Yeah, start again.
Ecclesiasticus 39 verse 28. There be spirits that are created for vengeance, which in their fury lay on sore strokes. In the time of destruction, they pour out their force and appease the wrath of him that made him.
Yeah, they ain't gonna finish doing that. That's their job, to appease the wrath of the Most High. So it's gonna pierce those canines in there, right, in the jugular, and that's what it knows what it's doing. And if you ever looked at lion hunting or tigers or cheetahs or leopards, that's what they know. They know what to do. It's a killing machine. This dog here, what you look at, it's a killing machine. It's going to appease the wrath of the Most High. They're saying they want to get rid of them. They want to crush them. They want to make them all illegal. Obviously, it's going to sit underground now anyway. But the Most High will use their animals against them, man. Bring out your future.
Actually, I don't know what I was holding, but I've got here Job 5 and 22. At destruction and famine thou shalt laugh, neither shalt thou be afraid of the beasts of the earth. For thou shalt be in league with the stones of the field, and the beasts of the field shall be at peace with thee.
Yeah, that's how we are with the animals. Even now, don't get it twisted. You know, sometimes I used to, back in the Jehovah's Witness, I've always had this spirit on me that people who were with me, I always never allow people to be scared of dogs who were with me. I knew this guy, the big man now, in his early 40s, when he was younger. He used to say, "What that dog? and all that. He used to get scared, stand up behind me and all that. I said, no man, don't be afraid of dogs, man, don't be afraid of dogs. They sense that. And then I noticed he started to, when he saw a dog, he started to not be afraid of him. He was strong and be bold about it. And not have fear in him. And he said, then leave me alone now. Same thing with my older brother, he had a problem with being frightened of dogs. I've never had the fear of dogs. I'm not saying I'm invincible, none of that shit. Because everybody has their chinks and their weakness. But that's not one of mine. So we've always been, Yahshua Allah, particularly the hopeful elect, we're going to be in sync with the animals once again, how we was before. The original Tarzan, you know, that white we used to showing Tarzan movies. They made new ones, Tarzan, Tarzan of the Apes or whatever it was. Tarzan and Jane and Tarzan of the Jungle. Got him as I think the last one they got him as looked like a Nubian tribe, but that's a bit closer. But they had him as a white man when I was growing up. When I was watching on every the series of Tarzan, a white man, and he was controlling the black. In their videos, in my running the animals, talking. I said to myself, that's rubbish. So that's really they know about us when they visited us when we were, you know, in the so-called jungles or in our homeland, right? They knew we was in sync. They know about David. They know about Joshua. They know about Samson. We was always at peace with the animals. All of us, you know, all the prophets. Oh, they know about Elisha when the bears came out and messed up in the Kuyuk there. They loved him. The 42 children, they knew about Elisha. That's all else. That travelled all throughout the land. Them Israelite old men with all their head again. They run and they tell the most I made some of them, maybe some of them spared some of them, yeah? Or witnesses that didn't get the animal, people that saw it. So the story can go throughout the whole of the land. You know?
First one, 1 Kings 21 and verse 23. And of Jezebel also spake Yahweh, saying, the dogs shall eat Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel. That was a prophecy, and it was fulfilled in, I've got it here, in 2 Kings 9, starting from verse 30. And when Jehu was come to Jezreel, Jezebel heard of it, and she painted her face and tied her head and looked out of the window. And as Jehu entered in at the gate, he said, had Zimri, peace, who slew his master. And he lifted up his face to the window and said, who is on my side? Who? And they looked out at him 2 or 3 eunuchs. And he said, throw her down. So they threw her down, and some of her blood was sprinkled on the wall, and on horses he trod her underfoot. And when he was come in, he did eat and drink, and said, go, see now this cursed woman, and bury her, for she is a king's daughter. And they went to bury her, but they found no more of her than her skull, and her feet, and the palms of her hands. Wherefore they came again and told him, and he said, this is the word of Yahweh, which was spake by his servant Elijah, the Tishbite, saying, in this portion of Jezreel shall dogs eat the flesh of Jezebel.
Yeah. So she was that rebellious Hamite woman. I think she was the one that had Elijah. Running, you know, as a fugitive, running and hiding from her false prophets. And she was the one that was selling out the false prophets. She swore that she was put to death. And the husband, she was a typical Jezebel. Like she was the head of the house. I think her husband was Ahab, who had a weak spirit. She was running to us. So that was the spirit created for vengeance, because she didn't get a burial, and the dog yam up the body, the most part of the body, and she didn't get a burial. And to die without a burial, even now, but more so then, that's a disgrace. Not to have no memorial tomb or grave tomb or place of remembrance. That was a disgrace. So she was a disgrace to her people, and Most High made an example of her. That's right. You know, that spirit of grave vengeance. So those spirits of grave vengeance are in the earth today. Right. Yeah, we're going to hear about a lot more of them. right? Go and hear about people say, I like that. The little youth says to the parents, I like that dog, look at that dog, I want that dog. And the mother says, no, it's not our fault. And he begs her to get it, and she gets it. It grows up, they feed it, fatten it up for what it's going to do. That's all the plan of the Lord, and then it's going to turn on the mother, whatever the case may be. That's the spirit of creative vengeance. That's the Most High going to be using them. Let them buy their pets, so-called pets. It's really the spirit of creative vengeance. And like I say, I was saying it, that Tarzan, forget Tarzan. Yahshua Allah going to be back in power again. We're going to be running the animals. We're going to be in league with the animals. Setting them free, if the Most High ain't doing that, whatever, if he allows us, I want to make sure that all the animals, none of this, no more molesting, no more abusing, no more zoos,
No
bestiality, all of that. We're going to have plenty work to do. Most High is going to make sure that we're going to have plenty work to do. You know what I mean? I don't mind doing work for the Most High. I don't mind if it's just like infinity to infinity. That we go back to the word justice, conforming to the justice of the Most High, conforming to the Most High's laws, justice, righteous judgment. So we're going to be doing it with the rod of iron, man. You know?
Isaiah 29 verse 16. Isaiah 29 verse 16. Surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as a potter's clay. For shall the work say of him that made it, he made me not? Or shall the thing that framed say of him that framed it, he had no understanding?
So what is everything that is upside down now, right, is esteemed as normal, and they want to ram it down our throats, right? They want us to accept it. That's why you got the you can't speak bad of the Transformers. If they want to be called a certain, we're going to choose our words. If they want to be referred to as a certain word or a term, you have to be referred to it. You've got to be politically correct. That's esteeming them, esteeming upside down, highly esteeming something that is wrong to make it acceptable. That's what that scripture's saying. Read it again, Brother Bashar.
Right. Isaiah 29 verse 16. Surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. For shall the work say of him that made it?
Yeah. They want to change their pipings. Mm-hmm. The work that you give, the correct pipings to, say, no, you know what? I don't want them pipes. I like the way that so and so looks.
I don't like that plumber.
He's got, or she got 4 pipes, right? She got 1, 2, and 3. Two up there in the front, and 1 between. We only have 1. You're not happy with what we have. You want to cut off mine and take some hormone tablets and grow something else. Pointing their finger up and saying the Most High got it wrong. You crazy? You're out of your mind. See, that's why I'm saying it. When you're happy, you don't meditate when you look at pieces like that. The Most High going to give us, we're going to have, when Superman was on the earth, what was he doing? It was always uncool, isn't it? Superman, right? Forget Superman the man, that evil man. That's what it's just. But the point I'm making is that there was that popular demand. There was always on cool. Yeah. We're gonna be on cool, man. Right? You understand? We're gonna have women too. Brothers talk about having women and all of that. But we're gonna be getting into the work, and that's gonna be the relaxation side of it. Right? But when we're gonna be getting busy, turning that scripture, putting that scripture the right side up. Putting everything that's upside down, right side up. And I'm going to love it, man. I'm going to love it. Because when you walk around this place, you see things that just grieve your spirit.
Yes.
And you wish you could do it right now. You wish you could. If it was in your power, the Most High. Please, man. I pray to the Most High, let me wait upon the Lord. The Most High will get that power, man. Yeah.
That's why it's going to feel so much better when you do get that chance to do it. Be deferred gratification. Isaiah 5 and verse 20. Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe unto them that are wise in their own eyes and prudent in their own sight.
Yeah, man. So, woe unto them. Woe means destruction. Yeah, Abu Razar, the 154,000 elect, yeah, along with Yahweh, Shai, Yahweh Shai, King David, those men, the 144,000, his mighty men, who are all back here, the real superheroes. Right? Forget Fantastic Four, Avengers that wanted to save the planet. We want to correct everything that's not right in this planet. We call it recondition, reconstruction, set it right side up. What did Superman do? He went up to space, didn't he? He was vexed about Lois Lane.
Oh, he spun around
Years
Earth.
ago. Yeah, that one of the Superman 1 it was, isn't it?
Yeah.
He was vexed with Lois Lane because she got crushed in one of the earthquakes. She got crushed and he wasn't there. He was so busy, so occupied with saving children and saving animals, getting cats out of the sky, out of the trees. And he realized what he said, and he knew about this earthquake. It was in the back of his head, and he saw in the back of his mind the earthquake and Lois Lane getting sunk in the car. The car turned upside down. It was all covered in gravel, and he was always told by his Carlel said his father, Joel, daughter, right? It was forbidden for you to turn back the time of the planet, but he broke the law. That was the emotion. That was a very emotional part of one of my favorite parts of Superman 1. You know, there's some moles in there.
When he screams.
Yeah. And he gets emotional. And he goes. And he goes and he turns it back. You see him go. He's turning back time. You understand? And I asked the brother, a little while ago, I did ask the brother, I said, are you going to be able to go back in time? Nah, I don't want to go. That's too heavy. But anyway, he turned something the right side up. He did it the wrong way, but he turned something wrong side way, right side up, according to his own personal emotion. But we're going to be doing that in the right way, in righteousness, turning the wrong upside down, right side up. Being so preoccupied, right, busy, and it's going to be a good busy, a good work. Because Yahshua is about that work. Righteous judgment. Yeah, bring out your piece.
This is Psalms 50:21. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such as one as thyself, but I will reprove thee and set them in order before thine eyes.
Right. That's it. Yeah. Yahshua Allah, Yahweh Shai, Isaiah 60. Get that one. I want to go over that. Isaiah 62. The whole Shai term. Because we have to give him his credit for such coming up. Not long now. Make mention of him. The more I make mention of him, it's always good enough. It's that heralding the name of the whole Shai. Got it?
And to Isaiah 62 from verse 1?
Yeah, from the top.
For Zion's sake I will not hold my peace, and for Jerusalem's sake I will not rest, until the righteousness thereof go forth as brightness, and the salvation thereof as a lamp that burneth. And the Gentiles shall see thy righteousness, and all kings thy glory, and thou shalt be called by a new name, which the mouth of Yahweh shall name.
Go turn over the page, man. It must be 63.
Who is this that cometh from Edom?
Yeah, that's the one I wanted.
Right, Isaiah 63 verse 1. Who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments, from Bozrah?
Yeah.
This that is glorious in his apparel,
Yeah.
travelling in the greatness of his strength, that I speak in righteousness, mighty.
Yeah, it's true. So he's coming back in the greatness of his strength. Because when he left, they was mocking him, scourging him, putting a wreath over his head, saying, prophesy to us. They had the cheek to slap him. You know what I mean? They put their dirty, stinking hands on him. Oh, I made mention of going back in time. Now, recently, I've been having like little visions of what. Now, I was just thinking, what the Jim Crow era. Imagine if you was walking through the Jim Crow era with your new body. I'm just saying it. I'm not saying that's what we're going to do. I'm just saying with your new body, and you're just walking back. There, no one knows you're there. You're walking back. You're walking through and just walking through like yeah, you're walking through plantations. You're walking through Jim Crow. You're watching your ancestors that you know who they are now, but you're just traveling back in time. I'm just saying. Going back in time in your mind and you're living it. Because you can do it on YouTube, you can go learn history, but you're living it though, and you're walking through it. You're telling you, when you come back, you ain't gonna have fucking full of fire and you're gonna be tearing up in emotion and righteousness, and know who you're gonna be looking for. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but it's boy, the most I can do things, man. You're walking through that and you're seeing people, couple people there lynched there, couple people getting chased there, and it's out of your hands, but you're just reliving it. I know this much I will say, we're gonna have to be able to see our holograms, yeah, of what happened to certain things. We are going to have to see holograms and see who did certain. That much we can see. So we're going to be very locked in bringing righteous judgment. Robert, bring out something.
This is Jeremiah 16 and 16. Behold, I will send for many fishers, saith Yahweh, and they shall fish them. And after I will send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill and out of the holes of the rocks. For my eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hid from my face, neither is their iniquity hid from mine eyes.
Yeah, their iniquity is not hid from his eyes. His cognizant is very mindful. You mentioned Yahushua. I do want to get back to Isaiah 63. Go into that a little bit. Bring out your piece. You finish on that one, yeah? Go back to Isaiah 63. Bring out your one.
This is Jeremiah 49 and 12. For thus saith the Lord, behold, they whose judgment was not to drink of the cup have assuredly drunken. And art thou he that shall go altogether unpunished? Thou shalt not go unpunished, but thou shalt surely drink of it.
We drank it down. You know, we all got our personal testimonies. We know about our personal testimonies and our family persons. But it's going to be, you know, I like to use the word rude and that, rude-minded. We're going to be rude-minded about this thing. More responsibility, more understanding, more fire burning in you. You're going to be cognitive of what's going on over there. You're going to be understanding of your will. So you're going to be powered up anyway. Most of all, you're going to be powered up. Just in you. Some people say when they get angry, they get stronger. You understand? That's the go back to that Incredible Hulk, his old ego, Superman when he got emotional. He went round it about 6 times. He turned back the flipping earth, man. Come back and he just wanted everything to be how it was, normal again. The spirit that's in us, we want things to be normal again, but carrying out the righteous judgment of the Lord. You know what I mean? With people, sometimes if you're in the red, you sense you're in the red. Brothers have to know their spirits as well. You've got to know your spirit. You know, know your spirit. That's what I'm saying. Some of them are people.
This is Leviticus chapter 25, verse 44. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about ye, and of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids.
Read that again, quote and read it again slower.
Leviticus chapter 25, verse 44. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about ye. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids.
Yeah, that reminds me of Joel. They cast lots. They sold us for wine and stuff. It was trading with us. Trades. Sometimes you know what some of the older apostles go in. Older apostles are. They talk about how they used to trade us, you know, on stocks, on auction blocks, as stock and shares. We were the very first stocks and shares, you know. That's why you hear about people talking about they've got old money. I worked so hard for it. That Macaulay Culkin geezer, you know, Home Alone geezer, right? They call his dad the dad from hell, something like that. They say he was a young protege, and that he had so much money, millions. They said they couldn't touch it, right? And I'm making a point why I'm saying they couldn't touch it until he was 18. But they say they got it from hard work, or was a poverty person, or whatever the case may be. That might be true. They grew up in poverty. But they used Macaulay Culkin as the cash cow. That's why they say he said he related to Michael Jackson. The young proteges that they used when they had tyrants, dads for fathers. The Hollywood, you know, the Hollywood famous rise and fall with the famous young proteges. Spirit was on me watching all of that. Just catching up, but the point is, a lot of them, whether it's true or not, right, a lot of these rich, middle class or posh Edomites that grew up and lived those protected lives, sheltered lives in the Hollywood and around abouts, they didn't have to work day in their life. Silver spoon in their mouths, come out and their self entitlement spirit, and a lot of them that got rich off of us. Going back to the point I'm making about that we were the stocks and the shares. They're rich because of us. That's why they have that lead spirit. Why they don't leave us alone? They don't leave us alone in the spirit. Everywhere we go, they're there. They come. We went. They put us in the ghettos, right? And said, "Oh, we're going to put them in the ghettos. And we're going to be in these suburb areas." Next thing you know, they're starting to come back into the ghettos and gentrify the ghettos. And they're back again and moving us over there again. Next thing you know, they moved us over there. They want to, move everywhere we are. They're there because they can't do without us. That's the spirit of a leech and a sucker pup. They're where we are. They make money off of us. Our energy, our talent, right? Our ingenuity, our creativity. And when I used to go to, I relate. Brothers, don't forget your precepts, right? I just relate this quick. I'm taking money. When I used to, there's a certain channel radio station, and the woman, Sophia Stewart, she phoned in, right? The Matrix writer.
Oh yeah.
And she wrote The Matrix, and she also wrote Terminator 1, 2. It's all up there on YouTube. But I've met her. She's a common person. There's a building she lives in. I'm not gonna, she's a local woman. She's the girl next door. But she phoned in, right? She phoned into this station, radio station, and she was saying that how they got her writings, right? She was trusting of people, yes, right? She was very trusting of people, right? And they spoke to her, and they got some way supplanted her, right? But then when she realised that she was supplanted, keeping it basic and simple. When she realised she was supplanted, right? She took them to court, and she got certain amount of thousands. But people, obviously, she had a solicitor saying you could have got more than that, millions. She knew she could have got millions. But she said but when she got even her thousands, right, reward for thousands, she went to court. She said she would get out of look out of her front room, and she would always see a white van outside here watching her. You understand? Either they were resenting the fact that she got that money, or what she gonna do next. They want her ingenuity, her creativity. She's a cash cow. And she would say there's people that, when she was in that interview, right, well, I'm in the scriptures, when she was in that interview on the radio station, ordinary average Joes, men and women, Jakes, were phoning her and saying, when I go for she was saying, be careful when you go for interviews at the job centre. Because they're asking you, and they've got people there sitting behind asking you about what kind of ability you got. Some brothers, some men, Jake, are gifted, with a full thing. And you don't know who you're talking to. Be careful, she said, who you're talking to, because they've got people that are assigned and getting paid to steal your creativity. Yes. With Jake. And I went on, when I was going on certain places, they give you these IQ tests. You think it's for you, it's for them. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. IQ test. Yeah. And there's a woman, she told me, she's a Jake woman. Right? Because trust me, there's a lot of Judite women doing some good things. We know about Jew. We know what's going on. Right? They used to call these mothers, these women, they had a name for it, man. Back in the days of slavery, the women with the big eyes. Mammies. In order for them to get these mammies there, a lot of them go through certain tests, and they give them jobs because they have a high IQ. If you pass a certain IQ, they can give you a certain job, and you're going to be working for them, but that's how they get them. They get the mammies today. Really, they want anybody, but a lot of the time, Judah, men and women, they do well because they have a very high IQ. According to just generally, but academically as well as generally, common sense and all the rest of it. Because a lot of them don't do well. So the reason why I said that is because I said it because they steal our ingenuity. They're well aware they can't separate from us. They're always watching to see. As a matter of fact, there's a scripture in is it Wisdom of Solomon 3, watching to see that if they can make us fall. Oh, yeah. Wisdom of Solomon. Say that.
No, just to add to your point briefly, there's this term for that. It's called hate watching. You know, like when you're watching someone, but you're really watching for their downfall. That's what Esau does to Jake. Like they hate us, but they're constantly, what's he doing now? What are they going to do next? They hate watching.
That's why you get a lot of talent, you know, about basketball, you know, about football. Jake's all up in the football. I'm not particularly fond of football, but I had my times growing up in watching it and, you know, people trying to do all kinds of things and manipulate and trying to get you to be into that sports. A lot of Jake does do as well as academics, sports as well. You appreciate it?
Yes. Ezekiel 28 verse 3. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel.
Yeah.
There is no secret that they can hide from thee.
That's John.
With thy wisdom and with thy understanding. Okay. With thy wisdom and with thy understanding thou hast gotten thee riches, and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures.
Yep.
By thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches. Thine heart is lifted up because of thy riches.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's why I mentioned it about the slave trade. We were the first stocks and bonds, Jake, and we're still highly valued as far as using us, our talents, our creativity, our physical abilities. Now what simulates war, how we do well, is when you look at what they do in the basketball. That's a simulation of war. People that are usually physically capable are usually good in combat, and that's a simulation of, you know, one of the other guys. That's us showing that we will be good. That's why they want us to be in their armies as well. You heard about the three Jakes that got blew up in Syria. Yeah, talented. They were talented on all levels. They want, and brothers have been coming forward and saying, yeah, well, I was going to go in the army. I nearly went in the army, or I was in the army. Maccabee Spirit was in the army. Elder Malcolm tells us, gives us testimonies. A lot of brothers, former military men. And Jake is all up in all of that. Was all up in all that. Potentially, you know? You've got a precept.
Yeah, I've got a precept.
Yeah,
This is James 5 and 1. Go to now, ye rich men, weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Your riches are corrupted, and your garments are moth-eaten. Your gold and silver is cankered, and the rust of them shall be a witness against you, and shall eat your flesh as it were fire. Ye have reaped treasure together for the last days. Behold, the hire of the laborers who have reaped down your fields, which is of you, kept back by fraud, crieth. And the cries of them which have reaped are entered into the ears of the Lord of Sabaoth.
Yeah. So when you hear people crying for reparations, on a, what do you call it? A logical, a law way, what do you call it? People that are into law, but to break it down that we are owed, rightly so, owed reparations. We break it down via law, but Scripture says that how are we going to get our reparations? You know how we're going to get our reparations. You know that they ain't going to want to cough up collapsing RFIs. They ain't going to want to cough up the greenbacks. We ain't going to wear our heels trying to get it that way. We're going to get it in blood. Scripture says that. Now, here's our champion that's going to give us an example. Back to Isaiah.
Isaiah 62 from verse 1 again says, who is this that cometh from Edom, with dyed garments from Bosra?
Yeah.
This that is glorious in his apparel, travelling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak righteousness, mighty to save.
Yeah.
Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thine garments like him that treadeth in the wine fat?
Yeah, and that's symbolic. His garment is red. Yeah, and his like his feet, like he's treadeth in the wine fat, the grapes. That's all symbolic as a metaphor, so that you can understand. Yeah, but we're going to get the sense of it when you put that into perspective, visualize it.
Verse 3, I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all of my raiment.
Yeah, again, that's metaphor, symbolic. Who's leading the charge? Yahweh Shai, yeah? He saves, he delivers, you know? So Yahshua Allah is the woman, yeah, the prince of the power. Black people, the elect of the elect of the so-called black people, that's the woman. And describes here, when you hear about the knight in shining armor, you talk about in them novels and some of those movies, the knight in shining armor, the end, the good guy comes and saves the day. This is it, this is the story here. This is how it's going to end. Talk about reparations, right? This is the reparations here. He's going to lead the charge, yeah? Someone get Daniel chapters 7 and 8. Sure.
The book of Daniel 7 verse 18. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever.
Yeah, so we don't have to stress ourselves out. People get stressed out too much. I know they may mean well, you know, oh, reparations, you know. People says that we ain't to go to Egypt, man. Woe unto them that go to Egypt to seek. Yes, you know, Isaiah what? Find it, Bubba. Bring it out while we're doing it. We don't have to stress ourselves out. Life is stressing enough as it is, man. All we've got to do is continue. We're going to get back to Jonah, by the way, because there's a story. We're going to hit there. We're going to hit Jonah, and we're going to hit the understanding of the whole story. You finished with that, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is
So the saints, that's Yahshua Allah, man. The saints is us, the 164,000 elect, the real superheroes. Yahweh Shai leading the charge, and King David under him. Yeah? They're the real Avengers. We're going to say Avengers. But we're going to be bringing righteous judgment to the earth.
This is Isaiah 31 from verse 1. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help and stay on horses and trust in chariots because they are many, and in horsemen because they are very strong.
Yeah, man. Look at Biden, man. That's a court jester now. He's been reduced. He's been reduced from a president to a court jester, a joker. In the book of the card, you know, the card decks, you've got the joker. He's just what do you call it? Double speak, trying to joke his way through his speeches, trying to smile his way through because he's lost his mind, man. To say like the Most High's got a demon on him, riding him. You can say it like that. He's a court jester. So this is what these people are looking to, man. You know, that's Egypt for you. You understand? Once upon a time we had some, you know, they had some might. Scriptures talk about that anyway. You know, how they become weak. You know, and all the other nations have become strong. Yeah. Get back to that. Yeah. I want to finish on that. Get back to that. Talking about reparations. You understand? Talking about those that going to Egypt because they seem strong. They're not strong now though, but they have an appearance. It's a mirage. It's an illusion.
Just on to touch on what you were saying about Joe Biden, this is Sirach 10 and verse 2. As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers. And what manner of man the ruler of a city is, such are all they that dwell therein. So Joe Biden is, how would you say, he's going senile.
Yeah.
That's actually a representative of the people that live in America at large. You know, they're all drunk of the wine of Babylon, so they're all crazy out there. So that's actually very fitting of their leader. And it's funny because ever since he stepped into power, it seems like he's just waxed worse and worse in terms of him losing his cognitive abilities. And that's indicative of the decline of Babylon the Great.
Yeah.
Want me to go back to Isaiah? Or to John?
Yeah, let's go to
Jonah.
Yeah, all right. Let me. Where we left off, yeah? Jonah.
This is Jonah chapter 2 verse 4. Then I said, I am cast out of thy sight, yet I will look again toward thy holy temple.
Yeah, so he was cast out, temporarily, but he came to his senses. His senses came back to him. Again, I was using that as an example of us being out of our mind, going off. Deuteronomy 28. He got the best of us. So let's carry on reading John chapter 2 and verse 5.
John 2 verse 5. The waters compassed me about even to the soul, the depth closed me round about, the weeds were wrapped about my head.
Yeah. So he's having a little, again, that's us here behind enemy lines. Yeah. Righteous man falls 7 times, isn't it? Yeah. Many are the afflictions of the righteous one. The matter of fact, I'll get that. Let me get back to John. Let me read that. Psalms 34.
Should be okay.
And 19. 17. Psalms 34, 17 says, the righteous cry and the Lord heareth, and he delivereth them out of all their troubles. The Lord is nigh to them that are broken at heart, and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth them out of them all. You know what I mean? This is what we have to do. You see, this is we're on the highways and the byways. This is raw and uncut. So it's like you say, it's all part of the battle, man. You know, this is raw. You know, and we're behind enemy lines. Deuteronomy, I mentioned Deuteronomy 28. Many have extreme ailments. Brothers have to deal with extreme ailments, or with other kind of eccentricities. Whatever way you cut it or slice it, everybody's affected, right? So I read it again. Psalms 34 and 19. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of them all. Yeah, man. I think it was 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago? Might be last year. No, 2 years ago. I say it's a testimony. Just to let brothers know. It says there, but the Lord delivereth them out of them all, right? If anybody's ever had vertigo, right? Or let me say, if you haven't had vertigo, just imagine having, like, you drunk 2 bottles of wine. and how you feel. If you could drink 2 bottles of wine, I know some brothers probably could do it, and walk straight, you know you can do it, but most you'd be walking like this. I had vertigo 2 years ago, man. And you saw me doing my Hilang Gollies, and I had vertigo doing that. But the Spirit of the Lord let me get that vertigo, right? You can look it up as well if you want, right? Yeah, you can look it up. And then he gave me, it says there, but the Lord delivered him out of them all. I was coming to camp with vertigo, only maybe one brother knew. But let's look it up, vertigo. So it's just a testimony. You know, where was Jonah? Jonah was in the fish belly, man. Am I ever gonna get out of the fish belly? Put it in my bag.
Hallelujah. Hey.
Now me's a young man. You understand? Me young like his brother here, so me and his brother, me young. He feel like me young like him. He's a young man. He's not no boy. He's a young man. Young in the mind, young in the flesh, in the spirit. Young man, and that's how I see it. Yeah.
Vertigo, dictionary definition says, a dizzying sensation of tilting within stable surroundings or of being in tilted or spinning surroundings.
Yeah. So really, I ain't really supposed to drink no alcohol. I don't need it. But that was then, about 2 years ago. Also, I had to be doing some things. While I had vertigo, I was doing some things I probably couldn't do it now. Flipping jogging around the park, going fasting and all that kind of shit. Like I was spiritual power, man. I kid you not. When I was half this age, right? Because I'm not going to give my age away. But when I was half this age, the age I'm at now, when I had vertigo, I was doing more than when I was half this age.
Yeah.
Doing jogging. So sometimes what they call it, a thorn in the flesh, yeah? When you have a thorn in the flesh, find it for me, Baba Kusha. I know you're familiar with thorns in the flesh. Find it, Baba Kusha. You know? Because, oh shit, I ain't going on the highway. I have a thorn in the flesh. You might use it as an excuse. Anyway, we was at Jonah. We were at Jonah.
There's a very beautiful one.
Yeah, we've got it. Oh,
No one.
So this is 2 Corinthians 12 and 7, straight to the point. And lest I should be exalted above measure through the abundance of the revelations, there was given to me a thorn in the flesh.
Yeah, in that. So you can see that in a way of just being overly, what do they say, in the abundance of health. You know, you can become proud.
Yeah.
You can become lofty. Why can't everybody be like me? Well, most I put a little something on it. You know what I mean? Yeah, and so therefore he put him down a bit. You know, carry on.
It says, the messenger of Satan to buffet me, lest I should be exalted above measure.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago. I had that thing there because I was always into fitness. This thing to me, I thought, fuck, you know, that's it. Maybe I'm getting it. Maybe I know I'm a young man, but boy, that was strange. It was new to me. I don't get flus, and I ain't boasting. Other brothers are. Blessing them all. I don't get flus. I don't get colds. I don't get nothing else. But I had that 2 years ago. Something that was new territory for me. Right, read on.
Verse 8, for this thing I besought the Lord thrice, that it might depart from me.
Might.
And he said unto me, how was I speaking? My grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I glory in my infirmities, that the power of Hamashiach may rest upon me.
I accepted it. And I'll just cut a long story short. My videos went up while I had that. My exercise went up while I had that. Vertigo, we just read it. My spiritual, what's the word? My will to overcome a challenge went up. Most of our news knows us, man. You understand? Some people, they get a little something, a little graze them in the, oh, fuck, you know, I'll be bedridden for a couple of weeks. Well, the most I put the spirit on me to get it, and then he put the spirit on me to overcome it. So, yeah, bring it.
It's Exodus 15 verse 26. And I said, if thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of the Lord thy power, and will do which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, for I am Lord that healeth thee.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, there's the point there. He's the Lord that healeth thee if we hearken to it. Yeah, because that reminds me of Deuteronomy 28. When we didn't hearken to him, we had all the generational curses that we're still suffering from to this day. But we're coming in this hearkening unto him. He's healing us, but sometimes that falling in the flesh, you may have to accept it. It's, okay, I accept. My hands are up. But I'm not going to stop doing this work. And he may, and you just got to come to the conclusion. If he does, he does. If he don't, he don't.
Can't.
But I will continue. Because that'll be a sign of lack of faith. Only serving him when everything's working well. And when it's not, that's the marriage vows. Yeah, so we're actually on the way to being reunited back with I like to say the word, our knight in shining armor.
And as the scripture says, endure hardness as a good soldier.
But in my mind, right, when I back to the testimony, in my mind, while I had it, most I was taking it away, but I stayed on. Now my heel and gullies are still there though. And I've gone up, it's like I've gone up a little notch. Not too, I've got two brothers going to remind me. But I've gone up a little notch because of 2 years ago. We made my, survival instinct. People talk about survival instincts, right? If you're on your deathbed, they say, right, shit, I nearly died of a heart attack. That's your survival instinct. I'm going to change my diet. That's the most I gave you that. I have to change my diet because I literally got a heart attack. My heart was beating fast. The doctors advised me this is what I should do. You do, and so you do it. You change your lifestyle.
Precept.
That's a blessing from the Lord. If you hearken to it.
Hearken.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 32 and 39. See now that I, even I, am He, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand.
Right, man. So it's the Most High that heals. He make you sick. He bring you up. Him bring you down. Him bring you back up again. You stay locked in. You stay tuned in. You continue to pursue him. You understand the bigger picture. You know what? Most High put me in life. Oh, as a matter of fact, let's carry on the story. Get back to Jonah. Stay in the scriptures. Let's get back to Jonah. Who was reading? Let me get it. You want to read? Alright. Jonah chapters 2, and we got to read 5. Read from 5.
2 verse 5, yeah? Jonah 2 verse 5, and it reads, the waters compass me about, even to the soul. The depth closed me around about. The weeds were wrapped about my head.
Yep.
I went down to the bottom
Yep.
of the mountains. The earth where her bars was about for me forever. Yet hast thou brought up my life from corruption, O Lord my power.
Yeah, it feels like forever. I'm going to say that too. Back when I used to have colds and flus, and I decided when I was in the kingdom home, and I learned a lesson from that, but I was getting a lot of it, and I decided these colds and flus are fucking annoying. Like, these are so annoying, man.
Nagging.
Yeah, they get on your nerves, and it feels like a week is too long, man, to be bedridden, man. For me. I know for you too. So I came to the conclusion, man, you know, with the Most High's blessing, I got into the herbs, and I never looked back since. It took me about 10 years and over now, right? And I learned you must take certain precautions. So, so I went down to the bottom of the mountains, and someone having a flu, yeah, what's that? But listen, man, one man medicine is the next man poison, man.
Yeah.
You understand? It's the flu, that's not. I can't stand that shit, man. I hate to be independent. What is one of men's most valuable thing and women? Independence, yeah? You have to get up and do things for yourself, and you have to call upon the nurse. Men that's in hospital will tell you, the nurse have to be at your beck and call. You don't feel like you never have to do it for yourself. You rather. So he was in that situation. I read it. And he went down to the bottom of the mountains, and the earth, her bars was about me forever. Any sickness, like too long, yeah? Yet hast thou brought up my life from corruption, O Lord my God. But he brought up. After a storm, there must be a calm. That is a true saying. Remember that. Growing up near it now. Read on 7.
Verse 7 now. When my soul fainted within me, I remembered the Lord our power, and my prayer came in unto me into the holy temple.
And you know what? I can't pray. Listen to the prayer there. You can pray, you know. You can pray when you feel the pain.
Yep.
You understand? You know, some days the Most I say, well, I'm going to make it. You're going to pray today. You might not feel like doing it, whatever the case may be. So you might say, well, I'm going to pray, man. When I was younger, like young teen, I wanted to exercise every flipping day. I realized that's not the way to do it every day. Your body needs to rest.
Can't.
But when you go to exert yourself too much, some elders will tell you this. Elders and apostles. You end up breaking your body down. You want to be in that position where you have to keep praying, man. You know? But you learn though, prayer puts you in perspective. He's saying here. Because Jonah puts a lot of things in perspective, man. Yeah, where was you?
Oh, number 7.
Yeah. He was talking about praying. Yeah, read
praying,
it again.
yes. Jonah 2 verse 7. When my soul fainted within me, I remembered the Lord our power, and my prayer came in unto thee, into thine holy temple.
Yeah, because he wasn't praying when he was trying to do a run up. Squander. You know, smuggling, trying to hide from the Most High. We was praying then, didn't it? You know what I mean? Carry on.
They that observe lying's vanities forsake their own mercy.
Yeah.
But I will sacrifice unto thee with the voice of thanksgiving.
Yep, so with the voice of thanksgiving, you know what I mean? He recognized he lost something for temporarily. He's saying, thank you, man. Yeah, thanksgiving. What up? You know, for still having me back. You know, I went off, I forsook you, but you allowed, the door was still open for me to come back. The water. Yeah? Read on.
I will pay that I have vowed.
Right.
Salvation is of the Lord.
Going to pay his dues. He said, well, I'll make up my mind. I'll come to the conclusion. This is there's only one way to go. Carry on.
And
We're going to finish, read out the whole of this, yeah?
And the Lord spake unto the fish, and it vomited out Jonah upon the dry land.
Yep. You see, the Lord spoke to the fish, which was an angel. The Lord had the angel go and send the fish to vomit in back up. We're going to turn over the page. Yeah, turn over the page.
And the word of the Lord came unto Jonah the second time, saying, Arise, go unto Nineveh, that great city, and preach unto it the preaching that I bid thee.
Yeah, because what did he do? He went to Tarshish. He didn't get the memo. He didn't get the memo. The coin never dropped. So he knew he was supposed to go there. But now, when he was vomited up, where was he vomited up? Arise and go to Nineveh, because the fish vomited him up. Now go, and he's ready. He's full of beans now. You know that saying. Do the right thing. Full of beans. You know, yes, with zeal on top of it. You know, with knobs on. He learned his lesson. Carry on.
So Jonah arose and went to Nineveh,
Yep.
according to the word of the Lord. Now Nineveh was an exceeding great city of 3 days' journey.
Yep.
And
So them man used to walk them day there, you know. No public transport, no red buses and all of that, you know. Taxi. Them man they were stronger.
Can't.
Uber, with them up Uber today now. Used to be mini cabs and all of that. Them man they were there. See them man there, you know. Oh boy. Yeah, it was what? 3 days long. Carry on.
yeah, and Jonah began to enter into the city, day's journey, and he cried and said, Yet 40 days, and Nineveh shall be overthrown.
See, he was zealous, man. He was zealous. He's crying out. Yes, man, I'm gonna bring this place to judgment. But carry on.
So the people of Nineveh believed God and proclaimed a fast and put on sackcloth from the greatest of them even to the least of them.
Yeah, so we're just keeping this. It's very self-explanatory, but there's a heavy, message in this. Yeah, to the people they didn't repent, innit? It says there. So the people in Nineveh believed God, right? They weren't rebellious. They believed, yeah, and proclaimed fasting. You understand? Reading on fasting and putting on sackcloth. From the greatest of them even to the least of them. From the king, the greatest of them, the rich, and to the least of them, the everyday fisherman, the man next door. Putting on sackcloth. Yeah? Repenting. Carry on.
Verse 6 now. For the word came unto the king of Nineveh, and he arose from his throne, and he laid his robe from him, and covered him with sackcloth, and sat in ashes.
Yeah, see, the Most High had a real purpose, John. Yeah. Because the king, who, what did they say? The king is like his, the people are like their king.
Yeah.
So this king was a humble king. Yes. He showed it, and the people were under it were humble too. So carry on.
Yeah.
He covered him with sackcloth and sat in ashes. So as a king, they have crowns. We know about the king. Royal robes. They have their thrones. This king put that aside, sat down in some ashes. See? Yeah. So the Most High don't make mistakes. Yeah, but someone had to learn a lesson here. Us reading it, but Jonah really learning a lesson. Yeah?
And he caused it to be proclaimed and published through Nineveh by the decree of the king and his nobles, saying, Let neither man nor beast, herd nor flock taste anything. Let them not feed nor drink water.
Right. So the people, again, I mentioned that the people are like the king. He put that decree for them to all take heed and repent. That was the decree of the king. So imagine if Jonah never went, man. You understand? See, sometimes how you might think that you're on point. A man of the Lord might think he's on point. That was over righteous, by the way. That was very over righteous that he didn't want to go to. You understand? Anyway, the point's going to be made. Just carry on.
Verse 8 now.
Yeah, they put on sackcloth and sat down in ashes. Verse 7.
And he caused it to be proclaimed and published through Nineveh by the decree of the king and his nobles, saying, let neither man nor beast, herd nor flock, taste anything, let them not feed nor drink water.
Yeah, we read it again, that's all right. Read it again. Carry on.
But let man and beast be covered with sackcloth, and crying mightily unto God. Yea, let them turn everyone from his evil way, and from the violence that is in their hands.
Yeah, by the way, Nineveh, there was wickedness going on there. You understand? That's why he didn't want to go there. Jonah knew there was wicked. How they used to treat the outcasts, their enemies. They had a reputation. Nineveh. You might have to look up a little bit. Look up a little bit. Jonah weren't known. You weren't stupid. You weren't just a rebel without a cause. Because you got people that just want to be rebels just for the sake of it. Jonah wasn't one of them. The reason why I'm going through this, because I mentioned it, and our big brother mentioned it as well. And we kind of skipped over it. And sometimes it's good to go through get some, just go over certain basics.
Right, this is from World History Encyclopedia. It says Nineveh. Nineveh, modern-day Mosul, Iraq, was one of the oldest and greatest cities of antiquity. It was originally known as Ninua, a trade center, and would become one of the largest and most affluent cities in antiquity. It was regarded highly by ancient writers, other than those who created the Bible narratives, which cast it in a negative light. The area was settled as early as 6000 BC, and by 3000 BC it had become an important religious center for worship of the goddess Ishtar. The meaning of the name is disputed, but most likely related to the prefix Nin or Nina, which appears as the names of deities.
So they were idol worshippers.
Yes.
They're the only idol worshippers, yeah?
And could have meant the house of the goddess, or specifically house of Ishtar, as the city is associated with that goddess from an early date. So they were idolaters.
Yeah. And all right, just tap in, see if we can get a quick point, a little bullet point. How they treated their enemies. Okay. What they did to their enemies. Something to that thing. We'll get the point. Or it's not a good video, but I know there's a story about it.
I'll just read
if you find a little quick bullet point, you don't mind.
There's a good point, but I'll find the one you want in a second. It says Nineveh is mentioned in the Bible, most notably in the book of Jonah, where it is associated with sin and vice. Prior to its fall, however, Nineveh was the largest urban center in the world, ornamented by gardens, statuary parks, and a zoo, and was regarded as a great cultural center. The city was destroyed in 612 BC by a coalition led by Babylonians and Medes, which toppled the Assyrian Empire. So what did you ask us to look up how they treated their enemies?
Yeah, how they treated their enemies, their captives, or some. So I'll read this again now. Jonah, why are you looking for that? Jonah chapter 3 and read 8 again, Bob.
Jonah chapter 3 verse 8 again. But let the man and beast be covered with sackcloth.
See? And beasts.
Yeah.
See? And beasts, we look out for their beasts. You understand? They're in sync with their own, with the whole of everything, man. The animals is too. that means that if they had a dog or whatever the case may be.
Right, this is why was the city Nineveh an evil city? It says her lives, rape and sorcery.
That's
her,
right.
Yeah, her prey in thousands slain, her harlotry and witchcraft,
Yep.
and the seduction of the nations are all told. Because of all this, the prophets say she shall become detestable. That's quoting the prophet Nahum.
All right, that's bang on. That's bang on, because today what do we have in Babylon, the mother of Babylon, America over there, in the revived Romans? It's well known, and the elders over here in London speak about when they visit that place, Stonehenge.
Yes, yes.
They tell you some stories about Stonehenge, man. A blind man, what are the elders talking about? A blind man saying that they was looking at him, and he's blind, but he's in awe of them. But they know he's blind, but he's coming up to them, they're in awe. So they're on the left hand side. The left hand side is in awe of us. Century left on the right hand side. So that's witchcraft. They're very cognizant of right hand side energy, left hand side energy. So they do, Stonehenge has got a reputation for witchcraft and how they use it. History of the stones. When you go into that, the more you see about the witchcraft that they used to use it for. And over in America, soothsayers, actually they get the orders from over here. The elite, the sacred government that reside in certain dark places in the countryside. They always talk about that.
Yeah.
Dark, spooky places. He said if you used to go walk through there, it's
Eerie,
spooky.
yeah.
They have their houses. If you look through their houses, I know because when I was back in the in Amalek area, I ain't gonna say the area, but Amalek area, and we was, me and another two guys, I was doing it for the whole group. And they would let us in, they trusted us. And we'd be looking in the houses, cleaning the windows, and sometimes they let me clean the inside and the outside. And there's an airy darkness about their houses, but they don't shut their curtains. They don't have, like Jake has net curtains, if he has curtains, and then he has net curtains. They don't have none of that. They have open windows, you can see right through, candles, you know what I mean? And it's just like a spookiness about it. So, they're confident in their spookism, they're soothsayers. No one ain't gonna break into this house because the demons are watching out, looking over it. And it's true, nobody does. Yeah. So, so today we have this very similar with Nineveh, Babylon, and the rabbit hole goes deep. It goes drinking blood, adrenochrome, children going missing. I'm trying to choose my word. Epstein Islands. The rabbit hole goes deep. Sleeping again. It goes back to us meditating on terror. We need to put on the cloaks, the garments. Scratch that, not cloaks. Garments, right, and set things right side up. You understand? 145,000 real superheroes under Yehoshua, under King David, and get busy on this place.
Ephesians 6 verse 6. Ephesians 6 verse 11. Put on the whole armor of God.
Oh, that's the word. That's the word I was looking for. The word.
Put on the whole armor of God, our Lord, our power, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. When we say the wiles, we mean the trickeries of the devil.
Yep.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Yeah, we don't. I think one of the elders, he said this a little while ago, I've never forgotten. He said, I know I don't want to know everything you're doing. Because when you're a man of justice and you can't get justice, that's frustrating, man. You can't do nothing about it. That's frustrating. I don't want to know. Not now. It's out of my control. There's certain things it's best you don't know. But boy, when you put that spirit upon us, you see when Superman was turning everything right side up. We're going to be doing it back to front, but we're going to be doing it the right way around, man. We're going to go full speed ahead with that thing there. Powered up, charged up, right? Yeah. Did you finish?
Yeah, I finished it, yeah.
Yeah, with the suit of armor, Ephesians, that's one.
The whole armor of
whole
God.
armor, yeah.
I've got one. This is Revelation 3, starting at verse 17. Because thou sayest I am rich and increased with goods, and have need of nothing, and knowest not that thou art wretched and miserable, and poor and blind and naked, I counsel thee to buy of me gold tried in the fire, that thou mayest be rich, and white raiment, that thou mayest be clothed, and that the shame of thy nakedness doth not appear, and anoint thine eyes with eye salve, that they may see.
Read that again. Read that again.
This is the reason why I brought it out is because Ahab quoted the armor. He put on the whole armor. This is talking about the raiment, the righteous raiment. Revelation 3 and 17. Because thou sayest, I am rich and increased with goods, and have need of nothing, and thou knowest not that thou art wretched and miserable, and poor and blind and naked, I counsel thee to buy of me gold tried in the fire, that thou mayest be rich, and white raiment, that thou mayest be clothed, and that the shame of thy nakedness do not appear, and anoint thine eyes with eye salve, that thou may see.
Yeah, the eye salve, the Most High put the eye salve on us now for us to see, and the clothing, which is this truth, to hide our shame. We were literally walking in shame anyway, exposed to sin, exposed in naivety, the curses. There was literal too, being traded. You got these nasty people putting one of you need to talk about that, putting their dirty hands on this, you know what I mean, on Jake, you understand? And crying rape and all of that. That's fucking shameful, man. You know, but the eye soul now he put his clothes up back again. You understand? The worm going to return him, man. He's going to humiliate them, right? The stocks and the trading is going to be reversed. The trading places, yes? Yeah. For those of us that saw that movie with Eddie Murphy. There's a lot of truth in that, because at the end of it, when I was watching it, I wasn't really in the spirit like before, because it's not new, it's kind of old. But when you watch it again, right? So when you watch it again at the end, when you saw them at the end, didn't it? And he came, which is stupid, right? He came with a big fat rabbit elastic band full of money. They was homeless at the end of it in tents. Yeah. Both of the ones that put him on with the teeth. And he left them a little bundle of money, and he put them back in. You know, they were rehoused. He set them up again. But the fact that he was wealthy, he was stopped. He was like the trader. He became the trader. And he was so wealthy and so successful that he even rehoused them. Which we ain't going to do that, but we definitely going to be trading. We're going to be using them as stocks and bonds. But the moral of the story was that he took over. He started to run things, and the princes were rethroned again, recrowned, rethroned. Revelation chapter 3 goes into all of that. Revelation 20. For those that endure will receive crowns.
Yeah, this is Then answered I, 2 Ezra 6 verse 7. Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? Or when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of it that followeth? And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau, for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth.
Yep. So that's why you got Jake now at their heels, spiritually, physically, every way, all the above at their heels. Now you got. I'm watching some of my favorite shows like UFO documentaries. You got used to be pure Edomites talking and breaking it down, doing like reviews. Now you got mammies, because mammies are everywhere. You know, which it's Jake anyway. But you got mammies breaking things down now. You know what I mean? Mammies, you know, black women, Judah women breaking it down in an academic way. Because we are academic people. Don't get it twisted. The whole of Judah, all of the tribes.
We're the salt of the earth.
The salt of the earth, not just physically able as far as thought, but academically too. So I'm saying, walk into certain jobs now where it used to be Jake's being security guards in the city up there in London Central. Mainly Jake's doing security guards now in places where black people wasn't allowed to walk. Now they're doing security guard for certain places in royal family. There was that woman, she had a story that she was, they asked her the question about, anyway, I might butcher it, I might mention it another time. But they touched this woman's hair, she's working in the royal family, they touched this woman's hair and they said about her hair, she done a little thing on it. What's her name, man? I might bring it up. But she's a Judah woman and she was working in the royal family and they was interviewing somebody. Right? She said that she had so much trouble in the royal family. They started to touch her hair and they said, "Where are you from?" It was in the news. They said to the woman, "Where are you from?" And he could say, "You don't really belong around the royals." But Judah, I'll mention it another. I might do a video on it, right? But Judah is up in all things now. You need the form of all things. Certain places where it used to be church, job centers, official places, official buildings, right? So-called middle-class buildings, theatres up there in Piccadilly, all those theatres. Jake is running that one. No, they're working for the Edomite, because them live, they just don't want to, they're on holiday, whatever the case may be. But Jake is up in there now, you understand? Yeah. So, where did we go? Let's get back to this. Jonah chapter 3, read 9, but we're going to finish this off now. We're going to get into some other.
Who can tell if the Lord our power will turn and repent and turn away from his fierce anger, that we perish not?
Yeah, that's the moral in the story there. Who can tell? Years ago, everybody has their own testimony. Brothers had their own ambition, what they were going to be doing. 10 years ago in some cases, 5 years ago, 20 years ago. Everybody had their ideas what they wanted to be. They didn't believe they were going to be out on the highways and the byways, in the rain, in the snow, in the cold, prophesying against this place. So who can tell? Use yourself as the example, but then when people come too, scoffers and scorners. Some scoffers are for that's their lot. Some are just mouthing off. Brothers have testimonies, and then some of them eventually have came in. After a little bit the perfect example, Jonah. Jonah was mouthing off, man. He pointed his finger up to the heavens, man. But he made on his journey, he made three sailors up with him. Right? He made them give glory to the Most High and give up sacrifices on his rebellion. So you may have rebelled in the past. You think you could do it. The Most High made you do it. Whatever reason why. Isaiah 55, 11. Who can know the Most High? Who can know the mind of the Most High? Someone could get that over the shop. Isaiah 11, 55. Yeah.
The last verse in 10 is Jonah 3, verse 10. And God saw their works, that they turned from their evil ways.
Yep.
And God repented of the evil that he had said that he would do unto them, and he did it not.
Yeah, the Most High turned and changed, repented, softened up his face. Now, if the Most High softened up his face, let's carry on reading and see a little bit more. Jonah's displeasure. I'll read the top of it. Jonah's displeasure rebuke. Now, this is the last chapter. We're going to finish this off and then a couple of see what the Spirit leads us.
Jonah 4, verse 4 now. But it displeased Jonah exceedingly, and he was very angry.
Right. See, the Most High, this man was some character, man. Jonah was some character. He was vexed. The Most High said he turned his way back, but he's vexed. Jonah's vexed. You understand what I'm saying, though? Anyway, there's a more to the story, man. Right, carry on.
And he prayed unto the Lord, and said, I pray thee, O Lord, was not this my sin when I was yet in my country? Therefore I fled before unto Tarshish, for I knew that thou art a gracious power.
Stop there. He fled because he knew the Most High was gracious. But he's gracious. He's saying, no, you're going to show them mercy. You're going to waste my time. What was going on in his mind anyway? He's saying it. Self-explanatory. Read on.
For I knew that thou art a gracious power, and merciful, slow to anger, and great kindness, and repentest thee of the evil.
So he fled because he said, that's what you're going to do. You're going to be gracious to me, to them. So there's a more to the story there, man. There's presumptuousness, there's a little bit of presumptuousness there. Running ahead. Over righteousness there. Prejudging. Look at I say what, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You know, I wouldn't want to meet me. But like I said, talking about going back in time. If I went back in time and met me, I met me. Have you seen one of them superhero movies where Superman 2 where he's in the scrapyard?
Superman 3, he's fighting,
Yeah.
Bizarro, yeah.
See? Oh my word. There's a more to that story there, right there too. Because what's his name? That comedian, Richard Pryor, gave him the kryptonite while he was doing the show. Right? And Superman turned up. He gave him the kryptonite. He said, "Take this as a gift from me." And he was watching to see if there's any kind of reaction. Because he knows his reaction to kryptonite makes him weak. And he didn't see no reaction. But then the delayed reaction, there was a delayed reaction where he started to just go off and become a demon. The kryptonite had an after effect on him where he became a demon. When he was flying and he was mean, he started to be mean to people. So he started to turn things, what was that building? The Eiffel Tower, the Leaning Tower to these.
Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Right. He turned that, he straightened it. He was on a course for evil. So that was the side effect of the kryptonite. Whereas usually it just makes you weak. It's an instant effect. So the little boy said to him, I know you, when he was he went into a bar, and you know when he was flicking the peanuts. Right, he was flicking the peanuts. I'm saying this all for a reason. When he was in the bar, because I was all into all of that. You know, right? And he was flicking the peanuts, smashing things, smashing the bar, drinking his sorrow away, getting drunk like an alcoholic. This is Superman, the big great Superman, being an alcoholic, having some downtime. This is the moral to the story, right? So the little, you know, the boy knew him. He had a soft for the boy. The boy said, I know you don't want to be wicked. You know, I know you don't want to be wicked. You're just sick, Superman. You're just sick. And he said, he acted like he didn't give a shit about the little boy. He flew away, and in the back of his mind said, you're just sick. You're just sick. And you're just sick. And he's trying to fight it. You're just sick. You know, no, I'm not sick. I'm all right. You're just sick. And then he came down into the scrapyard. Right, and then he saw the Superman, the right Superman, and him and the good Superman had a face-off, a real fist-to-fist face-off, the good and the bad, but it was both him. And he said, boy, I can't let him beat me, that's the bad one, I've got to beat him. And then the bad one was kicking his ass, putting him in all kinds of machines. And he kept coming out and fighting, get back strong again. He got him again, he put him in a headlock, he had him in a headlock. Superman was thinking, I'm gonna die. And then he won. In the end, the good guy won, and he was back to himself strong, right? So it's like, if I met me, and I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about everybody here. If we all met each other, how we are now, and you met that guy who, if it's 20 years ago for some, 10 for some, 5 for some, you met that guy, you'd be a scoffer. And you try to talk to him about the truth, he would be a scoffer, man. And you came all nice and soft, and you tried to soft away, buy him a drink. He might be just so wicked and rebellious, you might want to beat that motherfucker up. And you can't let him win. That's what happened with that Superman 3, the moral of the story. So Jonah had this Jonah had some demons. Jonah was a good guy, but he had demons. He needed to be the Most High to get them demons off him. That's a good point. Very good. Same way we have to get demons off us. And don't get twisted. Demons every now and then still try and get back on you. And sometimes if you're not aware of it, right, that's even worse. That's why people get wicked in this truth. Hence, we ain't going to mention some names. See, Jonah, you look at that, it's a nice story. We used to hear about this. Some of us may have heard of it in Sunday school. I like that story. The story is more than a story. It's a powerful story.
Moral side too.
Self-examination, man. I know I have. I thought about this. What I just mentioned to you. I thought about that. I didn't just pull it out the air. That with Superman, the good and the bad Superman. Yeah. Let's get back to this. Jonah chapters 4. Let's read 3 again. 3.
Therefore now, O Lord, take, I beseech thee, my life from me, for it is bitter for me to die than to live.
Yeah. Because he said he felt like he was a gracious God, and he didn't want to see you being gracious. He was a hard man, man. Jonah was a hard man, hard with his attitude, I should say. Short termly, but the Most High to bring him into a long-term thing, for him to examine himself. Let's carry on.
Right.
Yeah.
Verse 5 now. So Jonah went out of the city and sat on the east side of the city, and there made him a booth, and sat under it in the shadow till he might see what would become of the city.
Yeah. So Jonah, I read that again and get my head around.
Yes.
So Jonah went out of the city and sat on the east side of the city, and there made him a booth and sat under it in the shadow till he might see what would become of the city. There, he was counting down the time. Destroy them. Light them, wicked, bring judgment upon them, but the Most High back here, prophet. You know what I mean? But a little bit over righteous stuff. So the Most High bringing it out. Carry on.
Verse 6 now. And the Lord our power prepared a god and made it to come up.
Shall I look up that word God? I thought about it.
Jonah
Jonah chapter 4 and verse 6. Yeah.
G-O-U-R-D.
By the way, Jonah, who is Jonah? Jonah's back here. He's somewhere, could be in America, prophesying, as for the most part, Daniel, Jeremiah, and the elders would say. They never say who's who, and we don't get into none of that. We leave all that for the most part. But what makes me think, when I think about it, I think to myself, I endure to the end. That's how you get all that curiosity out of your mind. If I endure to the end, if you're a curious man, we're gonna get a family reunion. And then we're gonna say, oh man, that's what's happening. Yeah.
The word for the word God in that verse is kipayon, and it means a plant or perhaps a gourd cast upon bottle gourd. So I think it means like a bottle.
Yeah. We can go with that. Plant. It's a plant. Because I kind of understood a little bit, even from reading about this before that. Because when you hear the story, let's read on. Read 5 again. 5 again, and we'll carry on. We're going to end it off, and then we're going to see where the story comes.
Verse 5 again. Jonah 4 verse 5. So Jonah went out of the city and sat on the east side of the city, and there made him a booth and sat under it in the shadow.
Look up booth, man. I know I kind of like I've got to look. Yeah, I know it kind of, yeah. Kick back in the booth. Jonah. We haven't got some characters in Israel. We have really got some characters. And David is a character as well. So there ain't no
Right, the word there for booth is sukkah, which means a thicket, a covert, a booth, a thicket, a booth as a rude or temporary shelter. So it could be like a makeshift tent or something.
Yes.
Yep, that sounds like that. Yeah, so carry on reading, finish off reading 5 and then carry on because see if we can finish off this whole lot.
Right, so let me say it again. Start at 5 again.
Yeah, go on.
So Jonah went out to the city and sat on the east side of the city, and there made him a booth, and sat under it in the shadow, till he might see what would become of the city.
Yeah.
And the Lord Yahweh Shem Yahushai prepared a gourd,
Yeah. Which is, we said it is a plant.
yeah.
Plant. Yeah. Carry on.
and made it come over Jonah,
Yeah.
that it might be a shadow
Shadow.
over his head.
Yeah. So you sometimes, when you imagine like trees full of branches and all that stuff. Most are doing that. It's happening right before his eyes. It's happening right before his eyes, speeding up the process of a plant to grow over it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
Just like you have those plants, those creepy crawlies.
Yeah.
Jonah, that it might be shadow over his head,
Yeah.
to deliver him from his grief. So Jonah was exceeding glad of the gourd.
Yeah. He was glad. It's happy for him. He was comforted. Shadowing him from his grief. He had a vexed spirit on him, Yeah, carry on.
But God prepared a worm when the morning rose the next day, and it smote the gourd that it withered.
Yeah, so who did it? God. He said God did it. God prepared the guard, the plant, and then he sent him a worm to yam up the plant. The Most High, he can't put him in a box, You understand? Right? The rabbit hole does go deep, but yeah, carry on.
And it came to pass, when the sun did arise, that God prepared a vermint east wind, and the sun beat up upon the head of Jonah, that he fainted and wished in himself to die, and said, it is better for me to die than to live.
What did he say? Many are the chastisement of the righteous, but he delivers us all the afflictions. Who's afflicting him here? One thing I come to the God. The God is all right. He make it grow. Speed up the process. Sometimes you see some of them problems with the speed up the process of a plant growing. And then he brings a worm. That worm weren't no smart worm. I don't believe so. To yam it up, right? And so it took away the comfort from him. Maybe he's giving him comfort, right? The God was giving him comfort. So he took the worm and then yam it up. So he said, you never know what you got till it's gone, innit? So he was happy, but then the Most I gave it to him and then he took it away from him. Right? So carry on.
And God said unto Jonah, dost thou well to do be angry and for the God? And he said, I do well to be angry even unto death.
Yeah, he was angry because the worm coming yam up the guard. So he was angry. So the Most I said, why are you so angry with the guard? Right? Why are you so angry with the God? Why are you so angry? So carry on.
Verse 10 now. Then he said unto the Lord, thou hast had pity on the gourd, for the which thou hast not labored, neither madest it grow,
Yeah.
which came up in the night and perished in the night.
Yeah. So
And
putting it to him now, not in a way of a question, is saying to him, you had pity for that? The question, in the question. You had pity for that. Carry on. This is the last one.
yes, and should not I spare Nineveh, that great city, wherein are more than 60,000 persons that cannot discern between their right hand and their left hand, and also much cattle.
Right, so them people, they were simple. Let me just say that. Simple people. Jake is simple. Some of us are simple. And when we were in that district, we were simple in our simplicity way of life. Let me just say it like that. Whatever you was doing, if you was successful in it, if you didn't have this truth, he was simple. He's still simple.
If I may say, that's why it says these things are written for our learning,
Yeah.
right? And then still today, there's so much information given out, and you still not taking heed to it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why sometimes that's why the what is it? The rest of blinded or something.
Some here, I know.
Yeah, rest of blinded. Yeah, that's what
The rest were blinded.
Yeah.
Or I think it's 2/3 will be cut off.
You're cut off, right?
But they're assigned to be cut off, right? They're the part of the movie that 2/3 will be cut off.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
This part was that the Most High had them preserved to be saved. That's why he said he didn't want to go there.
Yeah.
Jonah said, I don't want to go there because you're gonna have to be gracious to him.
As he said in the last verse, I say it again. And it should not I spare Nineveh, that the great city, wherein and more than 60,000 persons that cannot discern between their right hand and their left hand.
So he felt more sorry for the guard, the plant, than the living, his potential brothers, which are simple in their simplicity because they were ignorant of the Lord. He would rather them get wiped out. He had more pity for the God. So that was over righteous and presumptuous. So that I put myself in the picture, right? Me 5 years, no, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, for sure, 20 years ago. Job was like, no, let me even go further than that. I was a job. 20 years ago, I was a job. I was in there, going to the meetings. I had my briefcase, I had my tie, I had a part in my ear actually. Oh, when I was on my way out, I started to get into the Malcolm X side of the park, and I started to put on my way out. So this was about 15 years ago. I was watching, because that's when the and the Forum became very popular, and man could get into their own little research and study. Yeah. So I was watching, what's that guy? Not Malcolm X. What's that guy? Louis Farrakhan and Khalid Muhammad, and I was getting radicalized in there. And I was going with the bow tie, and I was getting real radicalized in there. I was putting up my hand and saying, "You people are the devil," but I was doing it covertly, and I was getting on the women. So that's say 15 years ago. But the point I'm making is that we will make. The elder Manak is up. I done that video. When you come into this truth, you will never change. You'll never be the same again.
Never be the same again. Never.
That video. Yeah. I have to watch it again. I have to watch it again because I want to get all the meat off the bone. So anyway, this is Jonah. You can come into this truth and you still got to be shapened up, get the rough edges off. Yeah. You're a man of the law, but you're still rough around the edges. In your way, the Most High. That's why we have to get these afflictions. That's the reason. To bring us down to earth. That's why we have brothers too. That's why we're in a camp. Brothers are going to have to get on us at times, rebuke and reprove it, and we're going to accept that, and we're going to see it's a part of all the growing and training. Most I use the gad plant as part of it, and he used the worm. Ultimately, he used the fish because he was more doing it on his own. He used them other the sailors. Threw him overboard. This man went through a whole heap to soften his head. He had a hard head. I'll say it like that. He had a hard head.
But they talk about the Israelis were stubborn people.
And Jake, once we're about something, we are about it. Yeah. Like whether it be on the right thing or the wrong. When I was into what I was into, no one could tell me nothing about it. Don't do that. Smoking weed and raving? Well, there's nothing. What's wrong with that? I'm a young man. I want to go raving, man. And I told one little testimony, but I ain't going to say all this testimony on camera. I would sneak out and put pillows in the bed so I could look like sleeping, like I'm still there. And a window that I knew, I would leave that window on a jar, go out the window. I don't want to say the age. And I encourage young people to do this, by the way. But the age I was very young, and I would come out the yard and go raving. With my clothes on and things, and go raving and dance. Skanking was the thing back in the day. Skanking. So before acid, before jungle, before jungle beat and all these things, house music, there was something called dub. When man be skanking. Huh? Before dubstep. Dubstep is still up there with jungle. I think dubstep come a little bit after.
Before Lovers Rock.
Around Lovers Rock and rockers and conscious music. Dub was first, and there was 3 of us, and we skanked on the stage as young men, and we were so good they used to give us money, and we was known for it in our era, the Three Musketeers. So that was my thing when I was young. That was one of the first things, and you couldn't say to me, "Don't do that." That's the point I'm making. I was about it. When Jake's for something, he's about it, man. You got 3 seconds?
Quick one. This is 2 Corinthians 5 and 17. Therefore, if any man be in Hamashiach, he is a new creature. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things become new.
Yeah, that's it. So the moral of the story, Jonah was made new. Now, when you come up into the truth, the demons that you had, they come off. Brothers say it. They come off, but they're trying to get back in again, trying to get back on you again. There's certain demons, and then the more you grow, the stronger ones keep trying to get you. You're growing wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. So the elders, that's why we keep lockstep.
Oh, look, there's a rainbow again.
What?
Yeah, same place as well.
Same place. Yeah, see, that's a sign of mercy, isn't it? To Yeshua.
Yeah,
East again. Yeah. So yeah. What's that chapter? Ezra's chapter 2. Let's read that.
second Ezra.
No. Sirach chapters 2. Probably.
Sirach chapter 2, from verse 1. You ready?
Yeah, go on.
My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. Set thy heart aright and constantly endure, and make not hate in times of trouble.
Yeah, so prepare yourself for temptation, man. You know, you're going to be tried. Yeah, you're coming. So Most High's going to refine you, get all those, conditioning way of minds of thinking, ways of thinking, temptations, soft spots. You may have a soft spot for whatever it was back in the day. Most High's going to have to let you see where you're going to show you the mirror. We use the one about Superman 3. As a matter of fact, even if you go on YouTube and you type in Superman 3, fighting himself, look at you might see some things, man. You know. Let me see if I find something. Yeah, carry on reading.
Verse 3. Cleave unto him and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at thy last end. Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully, and be patient when thou art changed to a lower state. For gold is tried in the fire, and acceptable men in the furnace of adversity. Believe in him.
Yeah, so gold is tried in the fire, and it's refined in the fire. What happens when you put gold in the fire? You find out all the impurities. All the impurities come to the surface. So you come into this truth. It's really the beginning. It's really the beginning of your journey. And it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Don't you know, as the brother, I put some of that video. He said, there's some times you have, but ultimately it's better. You are better off in the truth. Obviously, you are better off in the truth. There's times when brothers say you're gonna have to go through certain things, but your life overall will improve. Carry on reading that.
Verse 5, Surah 2, verse 5. For gold is tried in the fire, and acceptable men in the furnace of adversity. Believe in him, and he will help thee. Order thy way aright, and trust in him. Ye that fear the Lord, wait for his mercy, and go not aside, lest ye fall. Ye that fear the Lord, believe in him, and your reward shall not fail. Ye that fear the Lord, hope for good, and for everlasting joy and mercy. Look at the generations of old and see. Did any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him? For the Lord is full of compassion and mercy, long-suffering and very pitiful, and forgiveth sins and saveth in times of affliction.
There you go. You know, in the end, Jonah, the story we just looked at, the moral of the story, he came to his senses, he accepted it, he accepted his lot, he accepted he weren't spot on, he was off in his reasoning was off, and he was over righteous. You know, it kind of reminds me similar to, because we all have chinks in the armor, similar to Job. Job too had some comfortable way or complacency, certain complacency. We don't want to be. We don't want to come. Anybody got any?
John.
Speak up, man. You know, as the brothers then say.
Yeah, you know.
Me, you know. Speak link up, you know. Any brothers got Vincent? Bring them out, man.
The book of John, verse 3. Nicodemus. There was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. The same came unto Yahushua Hamashach by night and said unto him, Rabbi, we know that thou art a teacher, come from the Lord. For no man can do these miracles that thou doest, except God be with you, with him. Yahushua answered and said
If you want
unto
to break
him,
it down, you can break it down, yeah?
and Yahushua answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a man be born again, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. So he thought differently. He goes, how could a man go into a mother's womb again and be born again? Right? And he says, Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Nicodemus saith unto him, How can a man be born when he is old? Right? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb? So he thought that was impossible, right? You reach a certain age, right? How could you be a youth again and go back into your mother's womb? Yahushua said, Verily, verily, I say, when I say verily, it means truly. Truly, verily, I say unto you, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter of the kingdom of the Lord our power. That which is born of the flesh is the flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is of the Spirit. Marvel not that I said unto thee, Ye must be born again. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh, and whither it goeth. So in every one that is born of the Spirit.
Yeah, so being born again is when you come into this truth, you have to unlearn, you know, despite the age, coming to the truth, it's a rebirth. Again, your life is different. You won't never be the same. You'll never be the same. You're growing, and it's a beautiful thing, man.
This is Romans 12 and 2. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of the Most High.
Yeah. So that's the perfect will of the Lord, man. That we grow in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, man. Read it again, Baba Bishop.
Romans 12 and 2. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind.
There you go. The word renewing, we looked at that word there. Refreshed, re-energized. I'll say the word re-energized, revitalized. People do all kinds of things because they want to, what they call them thing there? They want to be young again. Adrenochrome, that's the first thing that comes to mind. They do that because they want to be young again. They say it makes you be, they actually say when they go into it, it takes away rib. They say all that shit. Left hand, yeah, left hand side, demonic shit, no? Being born again, but that's what the street is doing for us. And we don't have to take no shortcuts or missing children.
And just like these so-called Christians, they're hypocrites, because when they say, they're the first that always like to say, be born again, come on again. Yeah, but they're hypocrites because they don't know exactly what means being born again. You know what I mean? You have the foot of the old man. You know what I mean? Follow the law, statutes, and commandments to the best as the best
Of our ability.
The ability. They think there's only just 10. There's only the 10 commandments, but there's 613, right? But they think it's only 10. They don't know exactly what is what. You know what I mean?
And you got to unlearn all the wicked ways of living. I was baptized in that Jehovah's Witness too. First I was in the Pentecostal, keeping up with that game too, but I was in the Pentecostal. I wasn't going. I made all kinds of excuses not to go, hence why I got into a certain crowd. So, because I was so upset about the hypocrisy, I made sure I was going to find ways not to go, and I got into a certain crowd, the raving group. And then when I got a little bit more mature, and I understood that weren't right, raving and all of that, bleaching, I decided to listen to Jehovah's Witness, I should say. They did celebrate Christmas, but in my mind, I wanted to get away from certain people as well. So I took that plunge and got baptized. So when you come out of the water, they say, which is a load of rubbish, I'm telling you from experience, you feel like a new man. And you don't do certain things you ain't going to do. No, it's just another demon. That's all it is. It's just another demon. And you may have a little bit more. What's the word? You may, because it's more of a institution. Like it's more. Jehovah's Witness is more of a cult. Yeah. So you may be more curious. That's why a lot of the people that grew up in Catholic Church have like a curious demon. The girls they want to get more into the men. The men do be more promiscuous if you like. Do more things that ain't right because there's a curious demon. You feel like you're missing out. So they're not born again. Being born again is more of a being renewed and willing to learn and unlearn things that ain't right. And learn things that are right. As you said, putting up the old man.
The first John 2 verse 15. Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him.
That's it. Loving not the world. That's really being born again. Because you know what? People have this thing, more so when you're a little bit younger and naive, you want to find out what's going on in the world. But I tell you something, the truth takes all that away. Fortunately, now you've got the European Forum, right? Man, you can find out what's going on without getting indulging in it anyway. And you hear about all these stories of people getting messed up in judgment. So you don't have to go and be curious. You understand what I'm saying? That's all of the Most High. So we're born again in the right way, learning, being renewed in the spirit, learning because we've got the elders and apostles that's been there and done that, and got the t-shirt. So we don't have to be curious to find out about certain things. The Most High had it that I was in my way of my journey before this truth, where I was doing what I was doing, and so that curious demon, I haven't got that. You understand? So the smart, let me finish that.
For all, verse 16, for all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, is not of the Father, but of this world.
Yeah, so when Christmas comes around, we had that. None of us were curious about what people are going to do. We didn't envy the oppressor. We know what that's all about. We haven't got that love for the world.
Yes.
So bring that to Christmas.
This is Proverbs 17 and verse 24. Wisdom is before him that have understanding, but the eyes of a fool are in the ends of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're talking about that curiosity demon, like, we don't have that anymore. When we was in the world, we were looking for certain things. Maybe you're looking for things that you feel like you're not getting, or trying to find your place in the world. When you come to this knowledge of the truth, it gives you a sense of stability that you now know where you are and where you belong. You don't have to be out there looking for trouble and getting into all kind of madness. But a fool will never hearken to that, because a fool doesn't have wisdom. Therefore, the eyes of a fool are always on the ends of the earth.
Yeah, there's another, just come to me, another example as well. Like, my brother was into football. I was never a football man. But because my brother was into it, I kind of maybe went along. And when you hear the story, the other day, West Ham back in the day, I don't hear nothing about West Ham. I don't care. But West Ham was the National Front team, and Tottenham was the National Front team. So man will go and fucking find out is he gonna kick off? Tottenham, people hear about Tottenham and Arsenal, they're rivals. My family will come on, we had a scuffle, that guy, we saw what happened to him. You know what I mean? And people go because they want to know who's going to get the best of who. That curious demon. Like, that's a lover of the world. Now, when you're mature, as I say, we've got these truths. Scriptures talk about not to be in rivalries, and because you continue to run with them, someone can find out the lesson. Yeah. Bring your piece of that.
So 2 Corinthians 6 verse 14, be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers, for what fellowship hath righteousness with unrighteousness?
Yeah.
And what communion hath light with darkness?
Yeah, that's it, because they clash. Righteousness and unrighteousness, they clash. They're opposed to each other. What communion does light have with darkness? There is no communion. They're two separate things. Two wood can't be in the same pit. They clash. You understand? Because a bull is used to being a bull. A bull is always be a bull, and it's used to, using the arms. And another bull is going to do the same thing. They're going to come against each other.
Right, this is Surah 27 verse 15. The strife of the proud is bloodshedding, and their revilings are grievous to the end. Is that the one you want?
You know ask for that?
So
No.
talk about revilings.
No, there's one. Because you continue not running with them, they are jealous. Something
Oh,
to that
it's
effect.
in Romans.
Because you continue not running with them, they are jealous.
Yeah, I
They
think
mock
it's in
something.
Romans.
While you're looking for that, I've got one. Anyway. Let's go into some of this. Second Peter's and chapters 1. Growth in Christian virtue. Second Peter chapter 1. We're going to hit from the top. A reader, anybody who wants to read. Yeah, all right, let's read from the top. Second Peter. Yeah. Second Peter chapter 1 from the top. When you find it, let me know.
Yeah, can't.
Second Peter chapter 1.
Yeah, we're going to go into some of this.
This is 2 Peter chapter 1 verse 1. Simon Peter, servant and apostle of Yahushua HaMashiach, to them that have obtained like precious faith with us through the righteousness of the Most High and our Savior Yahushua
Yeah, so
HaMashiach.
that's the introduction to it. Faith with us through righteousness of Yahushua, our Savior Yahushua Mashiach. I'm going to keep on getting into this name and mentioning this name. Brothers say, that's the name. Salvation is only coming back through that name. And if the sun's coming up, and we walk and we have strength through Him, through His stripes we are healed, man.
This is First Peter starting from 1 going into verse 4. Verse 1, for as much then as the Mashiach have suffered for us in the flesh, arm yourselves likewise with the same mind, for he that have suffered in the flesh have ceased from sin, that he should no longer live in the rest of his time in the flesh to the lusts of men, but to the will of the Most High God. For the time past our life may suffice us to have walked the will of the Gentiles, when we walked in lasciviousness, lusts, excesses of wine, revilings, banquetings, and abominable idolatries.
Yeah, you notice it says excesses of wine. I'm into health, brothers know I'm into health. Every now and then I have a drink. But when I'm taking my drink, I'm saying this is mixed. And I do mine, I'm moderate with my wine, what suits me. Brothers do their wine, and brothers do what suits them. So you have to know yourself. Understand? When I have my little wine, I say, brothers, no, I feel I've had enough. Yeah, brothers. And that's brothers caution our brothers to be able to have the courage to do that. Elders caution brothers to be able to have the courage to do that. But not all of us were drinking in the world. Our brother was going into this, one of them North Carolina brothers. I know you got this. But they say, if you haven't been a drinker in the world, don't come in the truth and start being a drinker. If that's not your spirit. Know yourself. Know when you've had enough. Because if you're not careful, it was all about health in the world, and you come in the truth, and now you're about taking on a vice. It's about being balanced. Yeah, go on.
Yep. Verse 4, wherein they think it strange that you run not with them to the same excesses of riot, speaking evil of you. So
That's the one. Because you're not running with them no more. So for those of us that had a certain group, we know light and dark, they can't agree anyway. Friendly unevenly yoked with unbelievers can't work. Even if you wanted it to, it can't. So if you try to force it, you're going to realize it ain't going to work. You're going to realize that anyway. So the point I'm making is that when you start to see you step aside and become more moderate in your way of life, the way you think, it shows in your eyes, your face, it's oozing out your pores. If that's what it's doing, they're going to start speaking of you certain ways. You can't, it's just the way it is. Galatians 6:7 now, that's just the way it's written.
Matthew 19 and 27. Then answered Peter and said unto him, behold, we have forsaken all and followed thee. What shall we have therefore? And Yahushua said unto them, verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration, when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel.
Yeah, can't.
And everyone that have forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or land, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life.
Yeah, see why it's worth it? So-called why sacrifices are worth it, which they're not really sacrifices. They're choices, wise choices, that's good for you anyway. Practical choices, preserving you from the tentacles of this world. Stepping aside, taking getting a bird's eye view of what this world's offering you, not running with them in their rivalries, which a lot of them get caught up anyway, and become unstuck to judgments ultimately, either bringing it upon themselves or the Most High, being caught up in Galatians 6 and 7, reaping what they sow. So we was at 2 Peter's. Yeah, all right. So we was at 2 Peter's 1 and we read up to, let's read 2. All right, Carl, bring it down. You switch.
Peter 1 verse 2, yeah?
Yeah.
2 Peter chapter 1 verse 2.
Yeah, that's right.
Elect according to the foreknowledge of the Most High God.
2 Peter chapter 1 and verses 2. Got it, yeah? 2 Peter chapter 1, 2 Peter.
First Peter.
So yeah, alright, let's read it. Start there. Let's read it. That's where you start.
Verse 2 now.
Verse 2, yeah.
This is 2 Peter chapter 1 verse 2. Grace and peace be multiplied unto you through the knowledge of the Most High and of Yahushua our Lord.
Yeah, that knowledge is bringing us, right? For us, we don't have to do the long thing with what Jonah did. Which some of us may have did that anyway, like in our own way. We're in the truth now, though. You understand? I know that I wasn't one of them. What they call it, love at first sight. Some people do have love at first sight. We ain't knocking that. Some people say there is such a thing. Didn't happen with me, though. I had to watch it for a little while. I was watching it while I was in Jehovah's Witness, and I was learning like that, And then I came to the Jehovah's and the Bible. But read that again.
Right.
Reason why I said that.
2 Peter chapter 1 verse 2. Grace and peace be multiplied unto you through the knowledge of the Most High and of Yahushua our Lord.
Appreciation, appreciation may take time, longer than with other people. It's not a race, not for peers. So he that enjoys to be the race is not for the swift. Oh, I find it. So as long as you're making those changes, and you are, with the relationship with the Most High. Carry on.
2 Peter chapter 1 verse 3. According as his divine power hath given unto us all things that pertain unto life and godliness, through the knowledge of him that hath called us to glory and virtue.
Yeah, cool. The Most you don't call yourself. The Most High calls you. You didn't call yourself. He chose you. You didn't choose yourself. That's where some people go off. Well, I know Christians definitely go off with that. Carry on.
Verse 4. Whereby are given unto us exceeding great and precious promises, that by these ye might be partakers of the divine nature, having escaped the corruption that is in the world through lust.
Yeah, that's corruption, man. We've escaped it. That's why we ain't got that curious demon on us. The Most High knows our spirit. You understand? We looked at Jonah. Jonah, you might say, was taking the Most High's gracious kindness for granted. Everyone's got their own, Jonah had to be brought around a long way. And while that was taking place, the long journey, he was spitting up to Nineveh, the fish spit him up to Nineveh. There was many lessons learned. I mentioned those sailors, etc. Yeah, and this is not our movie anyway. We're controlled. We're mind controlled by the Most High. Carry on reading. MK Ultra.
Verse 5. And beside this, giving all diligence, add to your faith virtue, and to virtue knowledge.
Yeah, because I think how I've started to really pick up my card. Other I'll continue on that. Other I'll continue in that right way. When the Most High was he afflicted me with that thing what I mentioned earlier, you know, and then it just went up a bit more, you know. Other I'll continue in that way and look at a dilemma. Try and look at the what's the word now? The bird's eye view of what other dilemma may come my way. Try and see the bird's eye instead of throwing my. Well, he didn't do that. Jonah never did that, but in a way, he kind of threw a couple of wobblies. You can say that. Some temper tantrums and wobblies and just what's the word? Questions. Which you can have questions. The Most High, he does deal with that. You can have questions. You can even be a little bit. I don't want to say rebellious, but if you're rebellious and let me say this: if you're rebellious and you're the elect, right, you ain't gonna win anyway. You ain't gonna escape, as we just saw, right? And all your questions are going to be answered in your rebellion. Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. That's another beautiful example. Yeah, Apostle Paul, because he was the persecutor of the Christians. He had Stephen. Yeah, the prophet Stephen, he had him stoned. He was the instigator of Stephen stoned. That's another good, interesting character. I'll say interesting character. Because the Most High Jake is an interesting people, point blank period. Peculiar people. Yeah.
Verse 6, and to knowledge, temperance, and to temperance, patience, and to patience, godliness.
Yeah, man. So maybe you had a temper. Brothers talk about it. You know, when you were on your way, over time, if you mellowed it down, you know, you find yourself being more mellow. Oh, I had a testimony of a couple of years ago when I would say potentially it could have been a name who I've done a video on it, but now when I see, I mentioned it already, but now when I see people that I don't know, despite how they look, I try not to judge them out with a period. If they give me some eye contact and they're alright with me, I'm alright with them. You know what I mean? For the most part. You know what I'm saying? You look at me, you smile at me, you're courteous to me, shopkeepers and all of that. You know, and I'll say, yeah, I'll be polite to them. If you don't seem nice and I get a bad vibe, then I have to keep it moving, obviously. But you don't know, some unbeknown to themselves, Hebrews 12 and Hebrews 13 have entertained angels. So that calms you down. It calms you down your spirit, you know. Alright, we'll get back to that.
Let brotherly love continue. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares.
Yeah. So just to give you to be, most I can do that. Just if you're a little bit narrow-minded in your way of thinking, just not broad-minded. Because when I look at a lot of the elders before us, teaching, spearheading this work, very broad-minded, you can tell, broad-minded as far as understanding different spirits, different dilemmas, predicaments. Oh, that brother's a little bit more like that. He get on with that spirit a bit more. He's about the breakdowns. He's about prophecy. You understand? And what's the word? Tolerant. That's what that brother. He's tolerant. They're tolerant about it. They ain't gonna. They know they're what's the word? There's apples. There's oranges. Everybody's different. Everybody's different in their lot. But if they're of the elect, you treat them as such, because they're of the elect. But everybody ain't gonna be different, and they don't want to be. They said it themselves. They don't want to be carbon copies, clones of like they had elders and apostles before them. They say they don't want to be carbon copies of their elders and apostles before them. And they don't want to be, and the elders before them didn't want them to be in their spirit, So let's carry on. Yeah, so it gives you more of a broad-minded, going through being in this truth gives you more of an understanding of people, a broad-minded approach to, first and foremost, this truth, but to your family, to your personal own, in your own lives. if you're going to college, whatever the case may be, you know, broader, more. When I went to meet the brothers over there in the central, it was just like you could feel the vibes, man. Broad-minded, I felt welcome. I didn't feel like you know, we don't want your type around here. There's certain places you might go in central, like I'm talking about in the city, where you have to go because maybe you have to do some business, but you kind of feel like you want to do it, get there, do your delivery, whatever the case will be, and get out quick because you're not wanted there. You know, you feel it. But when I met the brothers, then I feel like it was a bit of a, you know, family reunion, even already, man, at this early stage. You know, because you know the brothers are broad-minded, the elders are broad-minded. Hence the elders and the apostles, the brothers under them, the brothers under them, because they've seen stuff, man. They've lived, they've seen it.
Oh, yes.
They've got brothers that have seen things that if I thought I came out of the mud, there's brothers that would top me as far as doing certain things, you know.
This is Surah 34 verse 9. A man that have travelled knoweth
Here
many
you go.
things, and he that have much experience will declare wisdom.
Yep.
He that hath no experience knoweth little, but he that hath travelled is full of prudence.
Yeah, so I like that, because you know Jonah, right? That he'd always have that in his arsenal. What he did, you know, even though he was being rebellious, that would always be down in his what they call it, in the logbook. There's something. What they call it when you go to your job and you got CV? Huh? Yeah, that would always be in his CV. I like that.
CV.
Yeah, Jonah's got a CV now. I say Jonah, but there's a couple of Jonahs, you know. There's probably a lot more Jonahs, you know, in the spit I'm talking about, with CVs like this. You can't escape, man. You can't escape this truth. You know, you're programmed, man. So yeah, that's always, you know. So when you speak to brothers, like I say, he's travelled. Read it again. Jonah's got a CV of travelling there.
This is Surah 34 from verse 9 again. A man that hath travelled knoweth many things,
Yep.
and he that hath much experience will declare wisdom.
Yep.
He that hath no experience knoweth little,
Yep.
but he that hath travelled is full of prudence.
Yep.
When I travelled, I saw many things, and I understand more than I can express.
Ooh. Yeah, when he said it, he made it, he personalised it as well. He talks about men, but then he said, me, I. When I travelled, I experienced beautiful. You know, experience is beautiful. Don't underestimate. Someone said it to me. Don't underestimate your experience. You know, someone said, I can't remember who said it. Probably might have been watching a video. I don't know, but I remember that. Don't underestimate your experience. And none of us have lived a short life. If you've been in Babylon or the mother of Babylon, right? And if you haven't even gone out of Babylon, if you ain't lived a sheltered life, you're still behind enemy lines. Some of us have travelled, but even if you haven't gone out of this domain, you know some stuff. You know about what it's like to be a slave. That much you know. To be oppressed, be persecuted, to be hated. We've got CVs. Everybody got CVs. None of us have lived a sheltered life.
And if I could add to that,
Yeah.
like I said, I used to be going back about 25 years ago.
Yeah.
I used to be a chef,
Right.
and you have the head chef.
Right.
And the reason why he's a head chef is because he started off washing the plates,
Yeah.
and he moved up. You know, the first chef, he becomes the second chef. Then he started to make sauces and vegetables. When he becomes the head chef now, he knows everything because he's experienced.
From when he was
When he's a pot washer,
Yeah, right.
So he started from the bottom. So it's the same thing with a man that's well travelled and he's well learned,
Right.
you know, and he's got a lot to say.
and trust me, I'll say it again, because if someone went for a job and he was coming from that,
Yes,
what's the word? Oh, I wanna apply for this job as a washing pot.
yes.
And that man come, and then he says, you know what? That's where I started on. If you're nervous, you're gonna relax a bit. You're gonna be at ease a bit more. So you know where I'm coming from. You're gonna go on me. You're gonna say, yeah, the interview today, man. Yeah, he started off. No, look what he's doing now. And he said, you right, brother. Yeah.
But that's the right way because these days everything is fast track now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fast track. You meet somebody because okay, you got the job, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Without no experience.
Yeah.
Because of what? There's always some kind of
Yeah.
thing behind it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like
Fast track. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
fast track.
point well said. this truth is not about fast
Not
track.
fast track. With the Swift, I got a scripture that you wanted to for the Swift.
Because before you get that, bring that one out. You had that on. Yeah, because the fast trackers, let me say this too. Some of the brothers that have been before me, I'll tell you something. I was even thinking about this the other day. They were spot on when it came to one of them, not all, one of them. That man put me on to doing videos, brother. He's not here now. If he's watching, I don't know, but he put me on to doing videos. He showed me how to do videos. He gave me, what's the word, the grand foundation. Because I didn't have no clue about internet, tech, nothing about tech. I ran from tech. It mentioned to be about tech. I said, no, that's not for me. But anyway, the Most High, that was his role in the movie. But read that precept.
Yes, Ecclesiastes 9 verse 11. I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not for the swift, nor for the battle of the strong, neither yet bread is to the wise, nor yet riches to the men of understanding, nor yet favor to the men of skill, but time and chance happeneth to them all.
Yeah, so if you're a quick hitter, and that's what the Most I wanted you in there for, like we've seen some quick hitters, sprinters, 100 meters. All right, you do your 100 meters, and then that's it. Then that was your role in the movie. But this tube is not about 100 meters. Elder Stitch, yeah, 100 meters. It's not no 200 meters. It's not 400 meters. It's not 800 meters. Because we started from the time we came on and we're still going, right? Until the Most High said stop. So we don't have no coming over with no time for you to say, well, I've done mine, I've put in my work. And again, I say, for those that came and they said they wanted to do 100 meters, all right, you did it then. Now, you do what you're doing, will you be doing now? But there was a 100 meter dash, I'll say that. He put me on, that was the Most High's rule though, he put me on to do all the 10, I'm doing the 10, and I'm still continuing in the marathon run, which is going to stop when the Most High stays stop, and we in our minds know we want to be delivered out of here. Do I?
2 Timothy 4 verse 7. I have fought a good fight of faith. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith.
Ooh, that's it. Carry on, Babu.
Henceforth there is laid up in me a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give me at the day, and not to me only, but unto all them also that love his appearing.
We're not part-timers, man. I used to hear that word before. You're part-time Christian, part-time. You're a part-timer, man. Part-timer. We're not part-timers, man. We want to get there. We want to endure to the end, man. Bring out your precept. Right.
This is Zechariah 4 and 10 in the NLT. Do not despise these small beginnings, for the Lord rejoiceth to see the work begin, to see the plumb line in Zerubbabel's hand.
Yeah. Quote it and read it again.
Zechariah 4 and 10. Do not despise these small beginnings,
Yeah.
for the Lord rejoices to see the work begin, to see the plumb line in Zerubbabel's hand.
Yeah. Don't despise the small beginnings. So we're at a beginning, right? And someone, what's the word they may say? They may say, what are you, a novice? That's the long haul, in the long haul. So let's get back to this one. Second Peter, from 2 Peter is reading on 2 Peter chapter 1 and verse 7, yeah.
2 Peter chapter 1 verse 7.
See if we can get through for the most part and see where the Spirit takes us. Carry on if you can.
2 Peter chapter 1 verse 7. And to godliness, brotherly kindness, and to brotherly kindness, charity.
Yeah, because we want to be all around us, man. You know, what's them called in that wasn't the one, but that's all right. That's all right. Okay, but there's another one. Well, when them, what was Daly talking again? He was a decathlon. I always, I looked up to all them kind of things when I was in my, younger man coming up. Some say I was going to be I was going to do all of that because I was athletic. So I looked, he was doing everything. He was doing very well with everything. And Fatima Whitbread, one of the first transformers, she's not a transformer. Her sewage is not a transformer, but she took she definitely took some hormones, man.
Yeah.
Sure. She had too much muscles and all of that. But she was one of the first on the scene, man. A butcher. Really, I don't have heard of her.
Okay.
We got that from EastEnders after that. You know, which is a masculine woman. So, yeah, we want to be that. We want to be that. All-rounders. I hate to bring up his name. People don't know Floyd Mayweather, but when they said to me when he was training and people come to the Floyd Mayweather gym, right? And we're not promoting him as a person, but some of the things that he pushed ahead. He said, they said to him, what can I do? He said, I'm good at anything. He said, I do everything. And if he went into the ring and he got his ass bust, he was lying. But he never got his ass, but he done well. What they say, you walk, you talk the talk, and I walk the walk. Yeah. So you have to give it to him, man. Yeah. I ain't talking about the boasting side of it. I'm talking about Muhammad Ali was also he was a braggart as well.
He put in the work.
Yeah, put in the work.
Put in the work.
Yeah, what's that saying? Work and something. But anyway, let's get off that guy. Let's use the elders apostles, man. You know, hard work and dedication. You know what I mean? That's what it said. Hard work and dedication. So they're all rounders. All the apostles are versatile, and that's why we have more than one anyway. You understand? And we want to uproot Azar. There's a scripture in Hebrews. I haven't looked at it. You might have to see if I can find it for myself. See if I get that. Yeah, hold that thought there. We'll get back to that. Hebrews. Now we're going to read it in our context. Yeah, here it is. Hebrews chapters 13 and 17 says, obey them that have the rule over you and submit yourself, for they watch for your souls as they must give account that they may do it with joy and not with grief, for that will be unprofitable. Yeah, obey them that have the rule. You follow the blueprint. There's always a blueprint. We mentioned that what is it, pot cleaner. You have to start from the bottom. There's always a blueprint. There's always there's no fast tracks. There's always the right way and there's a wrong way. So we have a blueprint. Our elders, obey them that have the rule over us. There's another one. All right, bring yours out.
Ecclesiasticus 6 verse 34.
No, speak up, man. Speak up.
Yeah. Stand in the multitude of the elders and cleave unto him that is wise. Right? And that's why our apostles set a great example. They're men of age. They're on the highways and the byways every single week. Right? Lord willing, stop being in this truth for how many years now? They've always been on the highways and the byways. Right? When that scripture says in season and through season, how does it go again?
Season and out of season.
Out of season. That means that also means that through all kinds of being uncomfortable, right? That's what it means, right? And the apostles, they're out there all the time. And it says, stand in the multitude of the elders and cleave unto them. When I say cleave, what do you mean? Stick unto them, right? Because they're going to give you good advice. Because what they do, they watch over Israel, isn't it? They watch over the house. So, that's what it is basically. Stand in the multitude of the elders and cleave unto him that is wise. And that is the best counsel. That's the best thing to do.
You want to simplify your life and don't get sidetracked.
Yeah.
That's why we have videos now. We have you in the forum. We have a selection now, being spoon-fed right now. The blueprint which simplifies to make things somewhat more easier. You know what I mean? You got a piece of any card. Yeah.
This is Isaiah 30 and verse 20. And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not thy teachers be removed into a corner anymore, but thine eyes shall see thy teachers, and thine ears shall hear a word behind thee saying, This is the way.
Yeah.
Walk ye in it
Wow.
when you turn to the right
Right.
hand and when you turn to the left.
That's the
Yeah,
way.
see?
Beautiful scripture, brother.
What comes to mind is, you know, oh, I hear voices. Yeah, we do hear voices. We heard voices. Most High's voices via the elders called us.
Yeah.
That's that voice. You in the forum or the line, Psalms 19, when we was tapping in. Again, it could have been the curious spirit. If the most I put that on us. We were watching some boxing. Me, that's me. I was watching some boxing, right? You whatever you was watching, and then I said, what are these guys doing? Some drama taking place. Sometimes it's a bit of drama, argument. It might have been our UIC argument. Man getting cursed out, woman getting cursed out. You start watching Hebrew Israelite, then they lead you to, eventually my story quickly, a quick breakdown of my testimony. But then they led me to Great Millstone. Great Millstone was a bit more rough and raw and rugged, telling me what I wanted to know. No leaving no stone unturned, giving me answers. I said, boy, man, next time I find him, I want to watch them ones. You got to read it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
Revelation. How do you? The Spirit told you. Revelation 14 verse 4. These are they which are not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto the Most High God,
First fruits.
and unto the Lamb. So the scriptures say, my sheep hear my voice. So if you pick up discovering little bits here and there, it was really the voice of the Lord that you were hearing that was leading you into all these pathways, which have ultimately led you into Great Millstone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I add, Caleb, right? Caleb said, quick funny. And what you said earlier on too, you said that we are all Jonahs, right? Because no matter how you run from the truth, there's always something bringing you in, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You
To
know?
some extent.
To some extent, you see?
Yeah. You see, you can't, in any kind of way, if you try to escape,
Yes.
right, the Most High had you, he's going to get you. If you're the elect, you ain't going to escape. You're going to get hemmed up as, no matter what you're trying to do. You're going to get caught. Bound up, and you're going to be out there on the highways and the byways. Because you're programmed, that's what you're programmed. That's your programming. So let's see if we can carry on reading in 2 Peter 1. Because there's some good some good points here.
2 Peter chapter 1 verse 8. For if these things be in you and abound, they make you that ye shall neither be barren nor unfruitful in the knowledge of our Lord Yahushua HaMashiach.
Yeah, barren, we know the word. We don't have to look it up. Barren is unfruitful, or when a woman can't conceive. She's a barren woman. So, if we continue, again, we made the point of salvation. Yahushua, he's that name we look to, salvation. We don't want to start this race to get to the fifth, but for him that can do it. Always bear in mind, listen, man, alright, I've done one video today. I see brothers doing two, but listen, I've done one today. Now, if the Spirit's on me that I feel like I could do two next week or whatever the case may be, I'll do that. But right now, one a day. You understand? Because we know someone that came in, he said, I'm never taking breaks. I'll never take breaks. Oh, I don't take breaks then. What are you telling me? It's not none of my business. But you're in the wrong spirit, brother. You know what I'm saying? You're in the wrong spirit. You don't want to know something. Just keep you come in the right spirit. That's all I can say. It's not this race. It's not for the swift, but we can enjoy it. I know my limitations. I ain't gonna put them on nobody else. I'll keep them to myself. I'm just saying it to what I'm saying now, just to make a point. Other rutters are in time. It's the Most High's will that we grow. Other rutters are, and we look back too. We do look back. Be honest. We look back and we say, we're still here. Woke up, still in the street. That's blessed, man. Other rutters are, we want to endure to the end. Yeah, it's like we've got some.
You also were barren.
Yeah, all right.
Really? Means negative particle, inactive, unemployed,
Alright.
useless, lazy, barren, idle, slow, free from labor.
Yeah. See? Now, none of us, we're all active, right? In our blocks, somebody who wasn't, we're not going to get into all of the business and all the nitty-gritty, but somebody was coming in, he was looking down on brothers, cursing brothers out, He's always talking about I'm on fire, I'm on fire. Yeah, we don't want to. We ain't coming with none of that. We encouraging brothers though. We encourage each other. As we're doing now, we encourage each other. You know, when one discernment, we encourage each other all the time, and that's all in Hebrews chapter 20. As a matter of fact, let someone get that. Hebrews chapter 10, I think it's 26 and 27. Let's carry on here. Baron, yeah. So, and now that person now, see, because he comes, Most High looks at all of that. He comes with the wrong spirit. Most High says, all right, I want to, whatsoever man serves that, he should also. You don't like when you do that. If that servant be wicked to his servant, when I come on my arrival, you know what I mean? Yeah, when I come, I will deal him the same way. The golden rule, whatsoever people like men to do to you, whatsoever a man would like to do to you, you do unto them also. The golden rule. Most of us know that golden rule. We learn it in school. So, someone mentioned something.
It said Hebrews 10 verse 26 to 27. For if we sin willfully after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins. Is that what you want?
Let me just check.
Can't.
Yeah, bring it out.
This is Luke 17 and 10. Yahweh Shai speaking, so likewise ye, when ye have done all those things which are commanded you, say, we are unprofitable servants, we have done that which was our duty to do.
Yeah, that's it, man. We're only doing what we've been asked to do. If you could find that scripture, not forsaking one another to encourage them. Come to that. Yeah. So we're doing what we're again what we've been programmed to do. You know. Read it again.
Luke 17 and verse 10. So likewise ye shall have done all those things which are commanded you, saying, we are unprofitable servants. We have done that which was our duty to do.
Yeah. I've got it.
You found it?
Caleb, don't
Okay,
worry.
cool.
Got it. So yeah, that's it. What we're doing, we'll be doing what we're supposed to be doing. So we don't be bragging or boasting about it. You know, looking down on our brothers. They recently just come in, or we may just that spirit of a worldly spirit. That's a worldly spirit. Unto love and to good work. So yeah, we do that. We provoke each other. Yeah. Sometimes we may get out the what's it called again? The taser. But it's a loving taser. to each other. Sparring, you know, they call it sparring, you know, spiritual sparring, you know. Like for us to keep up doing our videos, coming here, speaking, you understand? Bringing iron in sharpen iron. Yeah? And that's what we're just doing it anyway. You know, what do you say? What we're doing, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Because we're unprofitable servants. 25. Not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together as many of some is, but exhorting one another so much the more as ye see that the day is approaching. Yeah, we're provoking one another. Spiritual sparring. This is spiritual sparring. Edification, though, because we're going to come out better for it. You know, that's the purpose of it. And if we were forsaking it, then there would be no exchange. You know what I mean? Missing it. Some people that go once a month and all of that eardrums to it. Some are not really doing videos with that. Elders say that. You've been in 20 years and it's still doing videos, really. There should be a certain level. I don't know, you know, that's what they're supposed to say. So we're staying in our lane, at the same time bearing in mind it's not for the swift. The race is not for the swift, but for them that can endure it. Some have been and come and gone, pointing their finger at other people. The Most High, that's over-righteous. Most High don't like that either. You know, which we looked at Jonah. Jonah got right. He got right because he was of the elect. You know, let's get back to this. You can read it, though. You got something?
No, you still on Peter?
Yeah. We're going to go back to Peter.
Yeah.
2 Peter's 1. You can read it while and
1 verse 9. I think.
all right, read 9.
Yeah, this is 2 Peter's 1 verse 9. But that lack of these things is blind
Right.
and cannot see afar off, and have forgotten that he was purged
See there?
from his old sins.
Yeah, because some return back to the vomit. Some, if you leave this truth, you're gonna. That's what a dog does. The dog eats his own vomit. You know what I mean? And then you go back into the world. And what is in the world, man? As the elders say, our elder, you know, when that recent video, I must get back to that video because there's a beautiful title, but there's a moral. There's a moral to just looking at it, man. Your life will improve. You know, Satan's gonna throw little wobblies at you to just try and discourage you. You know, just like you might, you know, I'm going to use analogy boxing. This is my first one today. I don't think I've used it today. I usually use boxing analogies, but like now you're in a boxing fight, right? And you might get a brawler, right? A brawler going to be throwing all the fucking things at the kitchen sink, everything. That's what he knows. That's what he does. The brawler coming forward, brawling. And if you're a skill star, not a fancy Dan, because there's a difference between a fancy Dan and a skill star. Fancy Dan is all about legs and you pop them on his chin and he's out of it. Right? Not fancy Dan, we're not promote that business. But a skill stuff, right? Or someone who's about boxing. You stand your ground but you're moving, you're using all the head and using all the skills that you know to your arsenal. But you know he's only limited, he's got limited skill, he's gonna keep coming, prodding and prodding, drilling, throwing those punches at you, coming at you head on. Now, he's doing that with the intent to wear you down, to drain you. He's thinking that he's going to eventually get you. But if you're still there 6 rounds, 8 rounds, and he's still coming 9 rounds, championship rounds, and you started to realize he's getting weaker. So that's what it's like in this truth. At first, Satan be throwing all kind of fucking shit at you. But when he see that he's still there, he's like, yes, man, I'm still there. I threw everything at him. And that's where the ruler, that's when his mind starts to play tricks on him. Because he ain't got you out there. 6 rounds, he's in his mind, he said, I'll get him out 6 rounds. I'm stronger than him. You know, he maybe can jump around and run, let's say running. He'd be running, but I'll catch him in the air. But skills that don't run, he just moves his head, he's using all the whole of the ring, he's dodging, he's covering his arms. You know, the shoulder roll, whatever the case may be. But you're still in there at the championship round, you see him draw down, and all of a sudden he's got weak. And then boom, you get the better of him now. You take over the ring. You take over the fight. Championship round, 12th round, either you knocked him out in the 11th round or you won by a point or an unanimous decision. If you stayed the distance. That's how a lot of skillsers win. It's all to do with a lot of what's ticking up in the mind in the head. Not more so, they say 70% mental and 30% physical.
And if I may say, that's how some of the Muhammad Ali won some of his fights.
Yeah, mentally. Yeah.
Mentally, and because he knew some opponents are very strong.
Yeah.
But he said, you know, I can't get them down with his strength. So let me just pace it until we got to the end, and then
play games. He play games, get in their head. But Satan's plays games with us. What I'm going to throw at him, I'll see if you're going to get the cat. And you say, but you pray to the Lord because you see the games. Anyway, let's get back to this. You see the games because there's these subtle serpents. If you've been around Edomites, you've probably got an idea how to deal with Satan, the devil. You've been around Edomites. I'll say no more about that. Let's carry on. Yeah. So 2 Peter chapter 10. Yeah.
2 Peter chapter 1 verse 10. Wherefore, the rather, brethren, give diligence to make your calling and election sure. For if ye do these things, ye shall never fall.
Yeah, do our due diligence, man. You know, play. You know, play the. You play the game. I know you do. You've been around again. You've been around it. You know to play the games. You laugh. You know, you don't feel like laughing. Sometimes you just laugh. They're throwing. What they're doing? They're throwing below the belt sometimes. Seeing if you're gonna like go down or whatever in boxing. They throw a little dirty little fucking thing. You know, leave the belt. See if you good. Yeah, like you ain't got no damn bars. Man, I've seen that done as well. Man, that like you ain't got no balls. It's all a game, and it's a game. But men that are into the acumen, they know about all of that. They're ahead of all of that, you know. And so we're not ignorant of Satan's devices. Yes, carry on.
Right.
Yeah.
Verse 11, for so an entrance shall be ministered unto you abundantly into the everlasting kingdom of our Lord and Savior Yahushua HaMashiach.
Yeah, that name is we'll getting keep pushing the name, man. Yahushua Mashiach. Yeah, the anointed one. Of the Spirit. Yahushua, he saves, he delivers, man. And that's where we get our salvation through him. He's always in the picture. You can't put him to the side. You understand? You can't be no narcissist in this thing. There's somebody higher and more superior to us. And through his stripes, we are healed. For some strange reason, we get. I've met. Probably on one of my hands, I don't know, maybe more than two of my hands, a couple of narcissists in this truth. Narcissistic people. They gravitate to this truth. The Bible. And that's just another word for someone that loves power. Narcissist. The elders are talking about some of them. You know the ones. The elders and apostles are talking about particular ones.
Cultic personality.
Yeah, cultic personalities. They're in there for filthy loot to say, selling things, branding names after their own names and all kind of shit. It comes out in the end though. You know what I mean? If you're in there for the sincere reasons or to promote yourself, it will come out in the end. Some of them, they are still doing their thing over here in London. The brothers they're being called out anyways. They're being exposed. You know? So, yeah, you ready, Level?
Yeah.
Alright, carry on.
So verse 12, wherefore I will not be negligent
Yeah.
to put you always in remembrance of these things,
There you go.
though ye know them and be established in the present truth.
There you go. Most I say he ain't gonna forget y'all. Yeah, you may have. We have times when we be lax days to call in whatever the case may be. We're in the flesh. We forget, but the Most High don't forget. You know, was it numbers don't lie? Men and women lie. The men and women lie, but numbers don't lie. You know what I mean? So the Most High don't lie. Yeah. The Most High don't lie. He's the same from the beginning. Someone can get that, and he's never changed. Margaret. Nurses are very negligent. If anybody's passed through that cemetery place, brothers have been in there now. They're negligent. Physicians are negligent. Bus drivers, yeah, big up to the bus drivers, but they can be negligent because they're only human. You can be in the bus and the bus can get, you know, some kind of problem. Diversions. You know, you're in Babylon, isn't it? Traffic strikes, doctors, they got strikes now with they call that the doctors.
Doctors, they've gone back and strike
Yeah.
again.
Right.
Yeah, even more now.
See?
Even more, yeah.
See, that's what you expect, that's what you get
Yeah.
from men. But the Most High is telling us here, he don't forget. He read it again. That's the last one on that. 1 Peter 1 and 12. Read it again, Bob.
Wherefore I will not be negligent to put you always in remembrance
As a matter
of
of
these
fact-
things,
Yeah, refinish it and I'm going to look up the word.
though ye know them and be established in the present truth.
Yeah, bring it out, Bob. Second Peter chapter 1 and 12. The negligence all everywhere, wherever we go. You know, sometime now I feel like I'm becoming into as we say, the distance makes you better. I feel like I'm the what they call it, the caretaker of my area now. Me, you know, me the way I am, just the way the truth makes me think. Looking out for the yard, and we are going to be ultimately. Scriptures talk about we're going to be watching over. He that was faithful in little, faithful in much shall be given much. You know, yeah, fine. Over certain towns and cities, in the spirit, I'm talking about. Yeah. This kingdom, people are in their own kingdom, in his own kingdom, especially the new generation, spitting up all over the place, frying, freaking stuff all over the place, man. Leaving stuff on the buses, what's supposed to be their kingdom. Public transport, pissing and shitting. You know, because there's a certain road where there's a lot of homeless people. Oh, more so over in some parts of America. Brothers will tell you that. Shitting on their own roads, man. Supposed to be respectful people here. You got it?
Yeah, this is Strong's G272. The word there for negligent is amelo, and the meaning of it is to be careless of / to neglect,
Right.
as in as to be a negative particle, to be careless of, to make light of, to be negligent, or to have no regard.
Yeah. So these people are, that's them. You can't trust them. You can't put your trust in man. The scriptures talk about that earlier, about the Egyptians. But also in Psalm 83, it's about putting your trust not in mortals, and you know salvation belongs. And there's more and more, I'm noticing more and more creeping in of the negligence, that careless spirit. And in all these professional, you might call them professional. Oh, I'll use the example of what's Trump doing now? He's got he's crazy. I'm not into no politics by any means, but he's got he's selling he's got a new trainer, Donald Trump. Look it up if you don't mind, Bobby Bishop. This thing is a puppy show, man, the Bender might say. It's a puppy show. Because anyway, let's look that one out. You're aware of it, yeah? Donald Trump. Yeah. Something.
That just shows that this kingdom is going down.
It's becoming it's a joke.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a big
going
joke.
down.
So yeah, be mindful as well, because you know what, brothers, right? We're going to be the new rulers of this kingdom, right? The new kings, right? Potentially after King David, the whole shot, King David, the 150,000, the great multitude, whatever we fit in, right? All right, this kingdom going to be destroyed, but we're the new kings in the making here.
Yeah.
These people are nasty. They don't care about their own kingdom, dirtying up their own place. The professional side of things is becoming negligent, unprofessional. If I walk into a certain place, I can see something ain't being looked at. It's not being kept. You can see it. It's just a big show. It's a big show because they're on their way out. They're on their last legs. I don't know anybody who would really want to put their trust in these people. Like I was never when it got to around 2009 when I saw what people were suffering in the, I call it the graveyards. I said, man, I don't want to stop all of this. I don't want these people touching me. Got it?
What did you mean by graveyards?
Huh?
What did you mean by graveyards? When you saw these
Oh, I call hospital graveyards.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so Donald Trump, he's got a new, what's it called? Donald Trump's trainer. Show it to the camera, man, if you don't mind. Show it to the camera. He's got a new trainer that is promoting. You know why? Because he ain't getting much votes with so-called black people. And if you got, right, so he's appealing more to the so-called grassroots people, the black people, to do something. There's a campaign. I don't follow politics, but you know, it's too much in your face and you can't. Some things you just know about. And you've got some black people which are probably bought and paid for, coming up on their social media and saying, oh, look at there, you know, what they call it, stunting with the trainers, which makes it as that's a sign of desperation, man. Yeah. We know about trainers. Trying to spice up his
That spirit
campaign.
Now they're on the last leg.
Yeah. There you go.
They're the last leg, isn't it?
Yeah, do that. Yeah, see? You can't make this up, man. Really? So we read that. So we looked at the word negligent. Yeah, let's get into some of this. Yeah. Now let's get into some of this. Isaiah chapter 40. It's going to see, and we're going to see where this leads us. Read on down from the top. Isaiah chapter 40. Read on down from the top.
So chapter 14.
4:0. Read on down to the top. Anybody can get it. I'll start reading and then when you find it, anybody who finds it, huh? Anybody? I'll start with one.
Isaiah 40.
Yeah.
Isaiah 40:1. Comfort ye my people, saith your power. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry unto her that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned. For she hath received of the Lord's hand double for all her sins.
Yeah, because you know what, this thing is really, it's already been accomplished in the spirit world. It's already done and dusted in the spirit world. We're just playing it out in the earth. Right? We've already paid our dues. We all know, we've all got the pain. We've got battle scars. Yeah, don't get it. Yeah, you've got battle scars. You all got battle scars. Yeah, you're young in the truth. You have some battle scars too. Yeah, because you've been in under the curses. The family curses. Deuteronomy 28. It's been accomplished. We've paid our dues. We're just playing it out now. In the spirit, in the flesh rather. We play that in the spirit. It's been accomplished in the spirit, but we're playing it now out in the flesh. We're reading on in 3. So yeah, we're making it published. We're publicizing it and crying out and making it known that we've paid our dues. Right? And them E's, they know, they feel it in their spirit. Oh, yeah, this kingdom, something in the air, there's something not right. We're losing power. That's why you're in the end. There's a word that you said, people behind curtains, you know, like that. Curtain twitching. Once upon a time, it wasn't curtain twitching. I was thinking about this in the early 1990s, 2000, around 30s, 50s, 60s. Curtain twitches would lead to people getting lynched.
Yes.
Real talk. Oh yeah. What are they doing? What are they off the plantation? Are they? Okay. Let's phone them. What do they call it? People they used to call them the police. There was another word for them. Slave seekers. They before there was police, there was people they were slave hunters. Yeah. Before they got the name police, slave hunters, and they'll go and catch them. Rebellious slaves. And next thing you know, you might see 1, 2, 3 lynched from a fucking pole. Yeah. So you know, I said it before camp. I said I don't take them bomber clock people lightly, right? I don't think the same. Not take back this, not talk. We look upon them, right? We look upon them and we have an evil eye toward them, right? Because some of my ancestors, I said it earlier on. If I was walking through back in time, I would look at my ancestors. They would be my ancestors hanging from fucking trees, bomber clock. Right? So I don't take them people they like me. People that come in there want to drop a little fucking word and speak nice to you. They fucking have my people lynched, them fuckers, man. Right? So, let's carry on.
Isaiah 40:3. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord.
Yeah.
Make straight in the desert a highway for our power.
Yeah. Again, back to the voice. Right? Most High, ultimately, the Most High is putting the spirit in us to bring out that voice. You know, I'm getting the dust of somebody. He's a beautiful creature, right? Beautiful. Mine's more of Wisdom of Solomon. You know, all the ones that we use a lot. Wisdom of Solomon 5, Ezekiel 37. You know, that's us, man. Come back. We've got the breath is in us, man. The true warriors. Oh, there's a new thing as well. Let me just say this too. I mentioned I touched a little bit about it. But there's a new guy, his name is Joseph Brand. He's about 16, man. The Taekwondo martial artist. About 66 fights he's had and he's won all of them. But he's a new guy, his name is Yaosap, and that name Yaosap is a spiritual name. Yaosap Brand. And he's in the a young protege, because you know sometimes you always hear about Jake when a new person you see. He's a young protege. And he said he's going to be the next. You know, when Jake is confident, he just talks it as it is. I'll be the new heavyweight, light middleweight. But he's in the Floyd Mayweather gym. But he beats all his opponents in Tai Chi, Taekwondo, some other kickboxing sports. Now he's transitioned over into the boxing because that's where it's at. So Jake is worried. We're worried. We see, you know, okay, he's in his lane. But there's still a principle there. We're in our lane, and we're bringing it. We're going to bring the heat, man. You understand? In righteousness, we're going to bring the heat. So what did Yoda said to the young protege Luke Skywalker, said, I'm not afraid. You will be. You will be. But you know what? When he started to became familiar with the Force, and he started to be able to maneuver things, just like, you know, his teacher, the master, Yoda said, well, listen, Yoda was a wicked teacher, man. He said, it's impossible. He said, nothing's impossible. He pulled the ship out. Yeah, he lifted up with his mind. Yoda. Yeah, man. So we're coming into that spirit, right? Let's carry on reading.
I've got a good precept to back up the nothing is impossible.
Fine.
Just real quick, this is Matthew chapter 17 and verse 20. And Yahweh Shai said unto them, because of your unbelief, for verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of a mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you.
Yeah? See? Nothing. Right. At first you're hesitant. You come into this truth, you may be hesitant. I ain't gonna be no speaker. I'll just be a helper. I'll be the camera. Next thing you know, most I've got a spirit on you. You're doing videos. You're speaking. You're bringing out precepts. You know, edifying the brothers. Don't take it lightly. Sharpening iron. Right? Growing in the spirit, man. You know, and read it again. Biblical sharp. You know, sometimes I like to get them, make a point in some of them precepts, man. You know, them powerful, heavyweight knockout punch precepts, man.
Matthew 17 and 20. And Yahweh Shai said unto them, because of your unbelief, for verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of a mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you.
Yep. So as we grow, man, see, when the penny drops, make the matrix movement says a lot. Neo, before he realized where he was, man, when he said there is no spoon, and at the end of it, just to cut to the chase, he stopped bullets, man. He stopped bullets. He said no.
Then he started to believe.
And then he said, and the next thing he stopped bullets, and then you see him flying off into the sunset, man. At first, when he first started off, he's like, I can't do that. Dodge bullets for me. Then he learned he was dodging bullets, and then he was stopping bullets. Then he was stopping the agents. Wow. Stopping the agents, because agents, every time you see the agents, you run. You
used to run from them.
And then he stopped them. Yeah. And then they started to get worried, and then he stopped, deleted one of them, and the two of them ran from him. See, that time is coming, man. Yeah. As we kind of carry on reading this, going to actually get into it. Yeah. Let's carry on reading where we were.
Isaiah chapter 40 and verse 4. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain.
Whoa!
That must be nice to look forward
There's something called the Midas touch. Right? When you look into, that king who had the Midas touch, he was a bit stupid with it, because Midas touch means everything you touch turns to gold. So, when you look at it, he was stupid because he was touching everything, and it was turning to gold. But in righteousness, though, right, we're going to have the Midas touch. What we touch. Oh, there was a thing called back in the day called the stock exchange, where Edomites was making millions on the stock exchange. Because them days you had them big box phones, and they had the Midas touch. A lot of them were successful. And they was driving. There's actually a documentary. They were driving around in them flash cars, man. Everything that they was putting their mind to, their hand to, the Most High was blessing them because it was their time to reign. Esau, we talking about the wicked. So if he can do that to with the wicked, we talk about that. What is he going to do with us? He made straight the rough places plain. Yeah, carry on. 5 now.
And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken.
Yeah, people will be looking at us, that praise and faith. And we shy away from faith. Just the spirit in us, we just shy away from faith. But because the Most High put the spirit in us to do this work, to cry aloud and spare not, we can't escape it anyway. Even if we try to do a little quick one, a little Jonah. Jonah showed that it won't work. That's why, again, that's the TV. It won't work. Jonah showed us that. We don't have to try it because we already got the blueprint. It won't work. It'll backfire. Yeah. Reading on.
Verse 6, the voice said, cry. And he said, what shall I cry? All flesh is grass, and all the goodliness thereof is as a flower of the field.
Yeah, all flesh come and go, in other words, quick. You know, all flesh is grass. Grass withereth, you know that it's vulnerable to the elements. So are we, the flesh. Reading on.
7, the grass withereth, the flower fadeth,
Yeah.
because the Spirit of the Lord bloweth upon it.
Yeah.
Surely the people is grass.
Yeah, these people, you know, I ain't got the Spirit of the Lord in it. They're going to be with them. They're with them. Again, this kingdom is fading away. There's that word. Negligence. This place is full of negligence, and a kingdom that is built on sand cannot stand.
Right.
The wise man built his house upon the rock, solid rock. That's when we opened up in this precept. We mentioned about Jerusalem. Yeah, Jerusalem, Yahshua, Israel, princes of the power, right? And they're over there in our land at the moment. It's alright because they got it on lease. We're not frustrated about it. We'll wait here upon the loop, man, till we rise up into the prey. But you see, all of the people are getting released over there. And I'm sure some of them are starting to say, well, you know what? Well, if they ain't getting the message, they're going to get the message. Let me just say it like that. You know, fighting over this land. And I've been hearing some of them talking about. As a matter of fact, there's already been testimonies of a woman. This was years ago, I remember that. She came on, she had a baby. She looked like a Jake baby. She could have been a Jake herself over in that land. She said, you people have to come home. Because, yeah. See? I remember that, I've never forgot it. I don't know if you can find it, but brother that did forget it. He said, you people have to come home because this is your land. Maybe she had a Jake, man, I don't know. But the baby looked like the little baby looked like she had woolly hair. So maybe she's got a Jake man out there, I don't know. But she came to the conclusion, you people have, so they're getting beaten up out there.
Yeah.
She probably experiencing some of the curses or getting beaten up. And the scriptures say there will be no peace unless we return to the land.
Right.
So they're feeling it, man. They may be putting on a brave face, but this truth is out there. Yeah? This is carry on reading. I'm going to get to the point. This is carry on reading.
Verse 8, the grass withereth, the flower fadeth, but the word of our power shall stand forever.
Oh, see it there? So choose wisely. Choose wisely, people. Abu Razak, the elect will choose wisely. Some that choose to come against this truth, they're going to end up doing what? Withering like grass. They're short-lived. Don't worry about all the pompous and the shouting. I mentioned some of them already. They're just like hot air. You know, like when you see some of these tough guys in MMA, right, and they're just blowing hot air because they've got body. They got weight and body, and then they're blowing and they're saying, oh yeah, when I get into the ring, I'm going to do that. And you see how long some of them Conor McGregor, you see what happened to Conor McGregor? There's a beautiful more to the story than that. He wasn't walking the walk. You know, he was talking the talk, but he wasn't walking the walk. So Khabib wasn't doing a lot of talking, but he was doing a lot of work in the gym, putting in the work, and he was wrestling with beards from he was 12 years old. He's a Russian. Even Russians are sternly built anyway. They have hard lives. Of course. So he was wrestling with bears, and they showed what he was doing wrestling with young bears from 12 years old. And there's a strategy to wrestling. Anyone who's a wrestler, a real wrestler, Malcolm, right? Because when you wrestle, people think you just getting right in there. When I was in the kingdom, let me say this, there's some people in the like back in where I was, right? He was into jiu-jitsu, and he was showing me how you do the guillotine. Guillotine ain't just getting a man in the thing. There's technique to it. And once you get into a guillotine and you've got him the right way, there's a certain hold you do. He will go to sleep and he can't get out of it. So I say that to say, people that specialize in real jiu-jitsu or mixed martial arts, right? Bruce Lee, people that are into proper mixed martial arts, right, know how to, it's about body mechanics. So I was saying about wrestling with bears. Wrestling with bears, bears know about body mechanics and all of that. Certain ways. If you get a bear in a hold, it knows what to do. And it's a bear, you know. So don't get it twisted. So he was wrestling with bears. And when he got, in the third round, I'm saying it to say this, right, to say it for a reason. When Khabib Nurmagomedov, for pronouncing it right, got Conor McGregor in, at first he was just putting his weight on him, it was all part of it. Putting his weight on him the first, second round, first he was standing up, then he got him down, putting his weight on him, wearing him because he was wrestling with bears. That's part of bears, what they do, they wear you down. Because they're strong bears are. And you got him in a certain position where he could not move and he couldn't get up. He had his feet in a lock by his legs, he had his body on him, weighing him down, tiring him out, and he had his arms around him in the guillotine, and he had to tap out. Once you get into that guillotine, you have to tap out. So, the reason why I said that, I got kind of touched with it as well. So yeah, that's Joshua Allah, man. You know, body mechanics, and yeah, he wasn't doing a lot of talking. Let me say that. That's what I'm saying. Khabib wasn't doing a lot of talking, but he was doing the work in the gym, and he ended up shutting up Conor McGregor, who was doing all the talking. But when he get into the work in the fight, he couldn't pull it off. You know. So
this is Genesis. Is it okay if we bring it up?
yeah, bring it.
This is Genesis 32 verse 24. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and that Jacob's hollow of his thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And he said, "Let me go, for the day breaketh." And he said, "I will not let thee go, except thou bless me." So he had the angel in the guillotine speaking about.
Somewhat of it was more of the hip. It was more of the hip. He touched him on the thigh, on his thigh, and it wasn't the neck.
No.
But it would have been. You can just, yeah, go on.
The reason why I say that is because the angel was begging Jacob to let him go.
Yeah.
You said Conor McGregor had to tap out when he was in that position.
Yeah.
The angel was like, "Look, you got to let me go." Man.
Yeah.
So that's why I mentioned that.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Come.
Genesis
Yeah.
30.
Oh, you mean Jacob had the angel in the guillotine?
Yes.
Oh, the runner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like if I didn't explain.
No, it's alright.
I'll read it again. So he said, verse 32, 26, and he said, "Let me go, for the day breaketh." And he said, "I will not let thee go, except thou bless me." And he said unto him, "What is thy name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "Thy name shall be no more called Jacob, but Israel, for as a prince thou hast power with the Most High God and men, and hast prevailed."
Yeah, we knew combat. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He more than likely had been a lock, hold a lock. But carry on reading, man, because I like that you brought that out. There's some more there. Yeah.
So it says, it's like an actress question.
Really?
Right, so yeah, Genesis 32, verse 26, and he said, "Let me go, for the day breaketh." And he said, "I will not let thee go, except thou bless me." And he said unto him, "What is thy name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "Thy name shall be no more Jacob." Read that again. And he said, "Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel, for as a prince thou hast power with God and with men, and hast prevailed." And Jacob asked him and said, "Tell me, I pray thee, thy name." And he said, "Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name?" And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of that place Peniel, if I'm saying that correctly, "For I have seen the Most High face to face, and my life is preserved." And I should say, he has seen the power of the Father face to face, and his life is preserved. And as he passed over Peniel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children...
Yes, read that bit again.
Right, verse 29. And Jacob asked him and said, "Tell me, I pray thee, thy name." He said, wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of that place Peniel, for I have seen the power of the Most High face to face, and my life is preserved. And he passed over Peniel, and as he passed over Peniel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which is shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh, unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, and that was a MMA. Talk about Jacob doing an MMA. The angels, they know body mechanics. Let me say it like that. That's the correct way to say it. It's not necessarily know martial arts, like body mechanics. They know weak spots. They would know it better than us in the flesh would know. Pressure points, weak spots, which you can do it. You can get into all of that if you get too much into the left hand side. That's what Bruce Lee was dabbling into. That's what the Most High took him out. But the angels, the angels are just, right hand side demons anyway. So they understand you can't fight no angel. They could do anything, man. They just touch on your thigh, took it out. So martial artists, they know a little bit about all of that. It's just body mechanics. The deeper you go in, the deeper you know, and it's not something you want to dabble in. But the angels, talk about wrestling, right? So Jacob was a wrestler, and he gave him respect. The angel gave him respect. He said, "Now you prince of the power, you've got power. I can see you've got something going on there." He gave him a little bit of respect there. You got something?
Just a quick one. We are little Jacobs right now. In being in this truth, we have to hold fast to our faith as if we were wrestling that same angel that Jacob was wrestling with. Like, we can't come in and be on fire for 2 days or 2 weeks and then get tired and be like, no, I'm too tired, I'm gonna stop wrestling. We have to keep holding on to our faith until Yahweh shall return. So really, we're like little Jacobs wrestling that angel right now.
Yep. One of the first things I saw, talking about a little bit more, wrestling. Because I remember you say you have a vision, you have a certain vision that you remember from young. My first vision that I remember is combat, combat fighting. That's my first vision that I remember. I can chase back as far as I can remember. I saw my dad was into something. You know what I mean? Let's just say that he was into something. So it was to do with combat. And that's my first vision. So hence why I got that spirit that I've got on me. It comes up every now and then. So we was at Isaiah 40. Let's read 9.
Yep. Isaiah 40 and 9. O Zion, that bringest good tidings, get thee up into the high mountain. O Jerusalem, that bringest good tidings, lift up thy voice with strength.
Yep.
Lift it up, be not afraid.
Yep.
Say unto the cities of Judah, behold your power.
There you go. We're reconnecting with our power. That's why men are becoming more masculine, more manly. We may have started that talking, and the brother say, "Raise your voice, brother." You see that anyway. The men come into the and start speaking as men supposed to. They may not tell you your workmates might, the kind of men who feel a bit uncomfortable because you're getting that masculine spirit come back on you. You're not carrying down as you're. When I think back, I just burst out laughing what the Christian church does to people. It's a damn job. So anyway, that spirit of strength, it says, strength, lift up, be not afraid, say unto the cities of Judah, behold your God. Right, Judah is known as a lion's whelp, man. Who shall rouse him up? Even in the world, you've got Jake, he be doing some stuff too in that field of the sports field. He be doing some stuff, but he's still under the spirit of the East. Yeah. He ain't really letting rip yet. He ain't going to let rip. Let me say it like that. Really, we're going to take the lead because we got behind us. We got the true power behind us. Yeah. All of them superheroes, back then with Silver Surfer, he's got his little thing going on. The power cosmic, that's his power. That he's able to travel to out space and breathe and all of that. He'll come back to us anyway. The surfboard, Silver Surfer, Silver Surfer, the surfboard, that makes to be able to go across from worlds, travel worlds, explore worlds, and the power cosmic is what preserves him from the space. He can breathe anywhere he goes. They'll come back to us, man. Someone going to say that?
Yeah. you bring up the Silver Surfer. His job is as a herald.
Yeah, that's it.
His job is to herald the coming of Galactus.
Yeah.
Because Galactus is the devourer of worlds. So Galactus is really a metaphor for Yahweh
Yeah,
Shai.
there you go.
And we would be in the place of the Silver Surfer because really we're heralding Yahweh Shai's coming, and Yahweh Shai's coming to destroy this world.
Yeah, alright. Or you can see it that way, or you can see it that Galactia is Jehovah and Silver Surfer is Jehovah Shai. That's another way of seeing it. But
That's true.
I can
That's
see
true.
what you're saying. I can see
That's true.
We are heralding, which Silver Surfer was heralding Galactia, preparing the earth, the world where he was going to devour. Which, but you know, we at the end of the day, it all goes back to the scriptures anyway. You know, as far as you can, as far as power, as far as the power, we are the true power. Also, the spore of hammer, the hammer. When you look into the word Maccabees, it breaks down into hammer. And what was Maccabees doing? He was hammering the enemies. See? You understand? Where they get all that from, man? The invincible hammer. When he's locked in with that hammer, nothing can stop him. You know what? As well, that's us. When we connected with our power, nothing can come up against us. But we are disconnected. We're coming back now.
Yeah.
But we were ultimately totally distorted. That's why they were freaking doing what they were doing to us. The Jim Crow, the alligator bait, even to babies. Anyway.
So the Lord is the oppressor.
Yeah. Even to babies, man. And lynching and castrating. Because they could get away with it. And one of the brothers was going in, you know, on his live stream the other day. Castrating and putting it in the jars, you know, and selling it among themselves. You know about the postcards, but the pickle jar, you know, that's where when you have been in the chicken for years, but when you go into the years ago, when you go you get the pickled fucking onions, man, bastards, man. Yeah, and there's a gherkin, pickled onions and gherkin. That's all what they were doing with Jake. She done that video on her butt breaking and all that. I don't watch them videos because I know my spirit. I don't watch them. That's all deliberately by design. I may watch brothers break them down because I'm alright with that. But I don't. My spirit don't tolerate that. I mean, I don't want it in my head, in the back of my head. Let me just say it like that. So far so good. I don't want to get too deep into all of that. You know. But when that power comes though, it's gonna be what's the word? Downloaded into our head. That's when it's going to be on and popping. All the things they've done. Remember, it's personal, you know. What they did is personal. My mother, her mother, and on both sides of the family was all affected by it. It's personal. Don't say it. No, it's personal. I'll take it personally. They're going to take it personally. What we're going to do. They're going to take it personally. I'm going to be locked in. People play games. Yeah, what do they do? It used to be Game Boy, innit? That's going to be my Game Boy, man. Going and lasering up. I'm going to do this today. I'm going to laser up some bomber class people, you know. Bring out a piece of it. Yeah, I know it's not Game Boy, but it's the only game.
Yeah.
Ezekiel 5 verse 13. Because remember, if that's how you feel, imagine how the Most High feels about it. Because he saw it all, but he kept quiet because he's power to hide it himself. Ezekiel 5 verse 13. Thus shall mine anger be accomplished, and I'll cause my fury to rest upon them, and I will be comforted, and they shall know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it in my zeal when I have accomplished my fury in them.
That's how the Most High. That's why we always meditate upon the Most High, because He puts you back in the spirit. You know. Sometimes I say, right, if I have a mental block, let me just say, a mental block to get out on it. I usually have an idea to do a video straight away, that day or the night before. I know what I'm going to do. But if I have a mental block, I say, right, just think about your whole side, man. How he might be thinking and feeling. Yeah, and boom, boom. If I just do one precept and I get into a breakdown on that precept, that's it. And then the emotion of the feeling will come on me. And then I'm firing again, I'm back again. Took out the mental block. There's all different things you can do, ways of, you know, it's early days though, as well. I know it's early days. Because I'm glad I'm coming from Genesis 35 and 25. you're coming from a deficit. That's all right. I love all that. I love catching up on. You know, if you ever see some people racing and you see the guy, he's ahead, and the guy comes from behind and beat his ass. Oh, that's beautiful to me. I love that. There's a deficit and you're catching up on him and overtaking him. I'm coming from a deficit. I know from an academic point of view, I know I'm coming from a deficit. It's all right. I'm going to stay on it. You understand what I'm saying? I ain't going to say I can't do it. Because that story of overcoming obstacles, the underdog, Moses, all of them, all the prophets. Even we looked at Jonah today, overcoming obstacles, with intimidation, whatever, how you felt, fear, you know what I mean, just being indecisive, rebellion, whatever the case may be, people looking at you, oh, you would never be a man of the Lord. I know your background. It says, Yahushai, carpenter, who's it? This carpenter. He came out of what you might call today a ghetto, Galilee. Can anything good come out of there?
Yeah.
That's us, you know. Where we come here, people don't look at us. No. Oh, Wisdom of Solomon, I keep quoting. Yeah, you might as well. I keep quoting. Which one? Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, I think. Might as well, just bring out some of them. Yeah, what, you? What, you? Even people in your own family.
This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, starting in verse 1. It says, Then shall that righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labours.
Yeah, they've afflicted us, pointed at us, mocked us. We all got stories about feeling like, you know, they're trying to make us feel like nothing. We'll never amount to nothing. You know, as far as being something in, you know, we ain't gonna be nothing in this world. We don't give monkeys about that. But we're gonna be, you know, on another kind of level. Yeah,
Then shall that righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labours.
Yeah, made no account of our labours, man. You know, some of us, you know, I said it already. We wasn't supposed to be anybody or anything. I can use that as Israel on the whole, as a people on the whole. I use that as us as a whole. That's why they believe they can lynch us and castrate and put the babies, because there was no defense, use them to lure alligators.
Right.
So that they could get the alligators and use their skin to make skin, shoes, alligator skin. If you ever knew a certain place where I used to know, where I didn't know any better, there was a shop, and I remember the name of the shop, I ain't gonna say the name of the shop, but when men make their little change, work, and however they get their money, they used to go and buy their crocodile skin shoes,
Gator shoes or whatever.
crocodile, gator, snake skin. That was my growing up times, in the 70s, 80s. Man, you was the man if you had them kind of shoes. You didn't think about, you know, but yeah, raving in your, oh man, you got them shoes on, yeah, you're the man. £100 shoes and all that, and you ain't got money like that. £150 shoes and all that. Some of them more than that. Even now, you see some social media, man, I laugh at it now. Foolishness. Saying, you know, what they call it, flossing. What's that guy? That one doing 7 years imprisonment. The elder guy, that video. Polite, doing 7 years. He was into all of them kind of stuff. Spending, you know, what they call it, designer clothes and all of that. Flossing, that's why enough people never really liked him like that. Anyway, yeah, read on.
Back where I was in Wisdom of Solomon 5 verse 2. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they looked for.
Yeah, Elder Apostle Gabar, that one of his videos, that video, yeah, he mentioned about polite. He showed polite, but he said, I think he actually might have either read the scripture or quoted it, but he said that everybody, if there's, let's say, you know, a number, he said a number of the people on the planet, and every one of that number is going to see us being beamed up into that chariot. Every one of them, because it's going to be, it will be publicised, it will be televised. All the medias, news medias, will be publicised. You know, it will be public. So that's the strangeness of our salvation, man. I'm glad they're going to see it. You're going to be looking up. That, them as a people, but maybe your next door neighbor, I don't know, you understand? Just thinking a little bit. People you maybe have little run-ins with and all of that business there. But then you're going to come back anyway. Start them out. You're going to know you're going to know what you're going to know what your mission is. You're going to know, so you're going to have a mind of like a your mind's going to be digital. That's the best way, the best way to put this word can explain it. Digital, you're going to be able to click. You're going to be, you know what I mean? You come in the yard and say, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that. You become in your yard. So you're organising your mind. But you're going to be like that as far as your achievements, your assignments. You're going to already know what you're going to be doing. You know what I mean? Have you finished with that? There's more, there's more. Yeah, go on.
Verse 3 says, and they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this is he whom we had sometimes in derision, and a proverb of reproach. We fools accounted his life as madness, and his end to be without honor. How is he numbered among the children of the Most High God, and his lot is among the saints? Therefore we have erred from the way of truth, and the light of righteousness hath not shined unto us, and the sun of righteousness rose not upon us.
Yeah, because they're... Yeah, hello. Yeah, so they as a people, generally as a people, right? They've seen us as the black people, the stereotypes, but they were the Christians, they were the chosen people. That's what they believe. Even though they wait, even though they it might be in kind of form of jest. Maybe they're Christians, though it's in their mind, it's like, oh, we're Christians. They don't fucking go to church. They don't live to keep the laws, but in their mind, they're the people of God, because they're the polite ones. This is all the actually. And they have to support that godly complex. Yeah. We're just people who making noise. Like I say, we're coming a bit interrupted their peace. Planet of the Apes in invasion. In their mind. Yeah, they're good actors. But we read them. I was brought up in the East End, man. I grew up around it. My first job was in the East End, carpentry. East End, and I was what East End is today? I'm an East Ender, if you want to put it like that. Black people. They came after the Windrush. My family came to the Windrush. I'm after that. I was born here, right? I know about these people. I know how a lot of them set up, so-called white people. I know how they set up their businesses. I heard office conversations, you understand? You hear about, we won't go into too much detail, the Cray twins and all of them kind of, that's where I was brought up, around people like that, the little Edomite mafia and all that, Cray twins and all that. They set up their businesses, how they got their businesses, their so-called legitimate businesses, their car showrooms. Anybody knows about Dirty Den? That gives you an idea. Only fools and horses. That kind of spirit, that's what you know about him. If you know about him, you know what I'm saying. East End people. That's the what you call the commoners muck white people. The trailer trash over England white people. So yeah, they look down upon us. Even they used to look down upon us. So where were we? Just carry on. Yeah? I'm finishing. Carry on with that. There's more. Carry on.
Back in Wisdom of Solomon, 5th chapter, I got to about verse 4. Going into verse 5. How is he numbered among the children of the Most High God, and his lot is among the saints? Therefore have we erred from the way of truth, and the light of righteousness have not shined unto us, and the sun of righteousness rose not upon us. We wearied ourselves in the ways of wickedness and of destruction, yea, we have gone through deserts where there lay no way, but as for the way of the Lord, we have not known it.
Yeah, because he was, back to the elder, now you come back to my mind, the elder was saying that if they would have acknowledged and not done so much wickedness, he actually said it. He said that we wouldn't have been able to suffer so much. If we would have done some good, but they never. So they're regretting, they're showing some, not repentance, but regret. Because their E is about buy now, pay later. You get that from the two brothers. Give me now. Let me feed my flesh. It's about feeding my flesh. And don't worry about whatever happens later. Later is later. That's that buy now, pay later spirit. Buy high purchase. Yeah. I was never into all that. But that's the spirit of a Christian person. Man. Don't think about the consequences. If you finish with that, there's more. Touch me.
Verse 8, Wisdom of Solomon 5 and verse 8. What hath pride profited us? Or what good have riches with our vaunting brought us? All those things are passed away like a shadow, and as a post that hasted by, as a ship that passeth over the waves of the water, which when it is gone by, the trace thereof cannot be found, neither the pathway of the keel in the waves, or as when a bird had flown through the air, there is no token of her way to be found, but the light air being beaten with the stroke of her wings, and parted with the violent noise of the motion of them, is passed through, and is there in afterwards no sign to be found of where she flowed.
Yes, so he's just regretting. He should have known better, he should have done better. What good is this greenbacks to me now when we're not even the men of the Lord? These people are the men of the Lord. They're gonna own the whole of they're next up. Jacob is Esau is the end, Jacob is the beginning after of it that followeth. So what good is all what we've done? What good has it done to us? You understand? We yam up the stew, but now we have to care for that now. We yam it up, we fed our flesh, but now we out of it now, man. You know what I mean? It's not good to do it like that, but it's too late. You know what I mean? You don't want to pay no reparations. Now you hear all these people complaining about you people shouldn't get reparations. None of it's logical. No logical reason. It's just because it's in their spirit. That jealousy spirit. So let's get back to some of the Isaiah. Stop. Going down.
Isaiah 40 and verse 10. Behold, Lord power will come with strong hand, and his arm shall rule for him. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. He shall feed his flock like a shepherd. He shall gather the lambs with his arm, and carry them in his bosom, and shall gently lead those that are with young.
Yeah, so that's the Most High is taking up his sheep now, his lambs now, gathering them now.
Yep.
Yeah, his 144,000. Those are the elect. I'm mentioning it again, and the multitude, the women and the children. You know what I mean? Gathering us together by this word, this truth, the power of this word and this truth. Don't underestimate the power of this word and what we have. Carry on reading.
Isaiah 40 and 11.
Yeah, you read that.
So like in 12. Who hath measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, and meted out heaven with the span, and comprehended the dust of the earth in the measure, and weighed the mountains in scales, and the hills in a balance? You have directed the Spirit of the Lord, or being his counselor, have taught him.
Here you go. That's the power of the Lord. Yeah, cannot be pigeonholed or measured. Say it like that. Yeah, go on.
14. With whom took he counsel, and who instructed him, and taught him in the path of judgment, and taught him knowledge, and showed to him the way of understanding.
Yeah, because when I just looked on the subject, the greatness of God. Yeah, so that you can understand what we're reading, the subcontext, the subtitle, the greatness of God, right? And so it's going to carry on. We're going to get to the point.
Verse 15. Behold, the nations are as a drop of a bucket,
Here you go.
and are counted as the small dust of the balance. Behold, he taketh up the isles as a very little thing, and Lebanon is not sufficient to burn, nor the beast thereof sufficient for a burnt offering.
There you go.
All
So
na-
that one about behold, the nations are as a drop of a bucket, right? They're small to him. You know, kind of self-explanatory. Something as small as a drop of a bucket, that's small. Somebody else used to say, small in other Bibles. The elders, our elders and our apostles. And their elders used to say that. You know? So they're small, man. They're small people, man. And we're giants in the spirit right now, but we lost our stature, but we will be, once again, we're going to gain our stature back again. When we get, you know, when we come back out of the chariots, so-called UFOs, with our new bodies, we're going to be giants, literal giants, roaming the earth. Fearsome, terrifying looking to them. Let me say it like that, yeah? So them smart. Yeah, carry on.
17. All nations before him are as nothing,
Yeah,
and they are counted to him as less than nothing and vanity.
yeah. Just reaffirming it there again. Yeah, so that's another reason why we shouldn't be intimidated by it.
Yeah, do so.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So we're not intimidated by their stature or their power, their military, which is described as the Roman army, the revived Roman army, or the dragon, right?
Yeah.
The dragon that has teeth. We're not intimidated by their military. The beast system, I mentioned the Roman Empire, the revived Roman Empire. We're not intimidated by them back then, and we're not intimidated by them now. What they're threatening to do to us. Bring up your piece.
Go to Second Ezra chapter 6 verse 56. As for the other people which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and hast likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel.
5 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, so we're going to wrap up in about 5 minutes. So that just adds to the point, that seems to add to the point, that they are nothing and they are as a drop from a bucket, as spittle, something that you would never lose, you know, you wouldn't be cognitively mindful if you dropped out of a bucket, it wouldn't be nothing, smile, nothing, you know? There you go. You finish how long? You said
add one more piece of
yeah, let him bring it out, might as well bring it out, because we're going to wrap up soon, might as well.
pertain to this that's called giants.
Yeah.
This is what Yahweh said. Matthew 6 verse 27. Which of you by taking thought can add 1 cubit unto his stature?
Yeah. So, we're going to be able to do that as Yehoshua, when you come back, he ain't going to meet him as a man. He's going to be tall among us. Says that he's going to be head and shoulders among us. But we also want, the Most High going to give us back our stature. Because as time went on, we know we deteriorated in lifespan. 900 years, 1,000 years, 900 years, etc. On down to now, 90, 70 roundabout, you know, on average. We deteriorated in size, stature, and in length of days as well. And that makes that point. But we're going to get length of days back and stature back. Yeah? You're not going to bring up mine.
Right, this is 1 Corinthians 1 and verse 26. For you see your calling now, brethren, that how that not many wise men after the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble are called, but the Most High God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. The Most High God hath chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty, and the base things of the world, and the things which are despised hath the Most High God chosen, yea, and the things which are not, to bring to naught the things which are.
Yeah, the weak things of the world. The perfect example, the beautiful example is Moses going up and dictating to a God. We've seen as a God, dictating and telling him what he should do. Pharaoh, the God of the pharaohs at those days, the God of the Egyptians at those days. And Moses at first didn't see himself as anything. The Egyptians definitely never saw him as anything. Looked down upon him, tell him who is this God, that I should obey his voice. And the Most High, again, he does his way of doing things, making a complete story, an example of what he does, and he brings it round and he makes that perfect example by way of examples to both of them, bringing up somebody who's nothing, confounding, using somebody who's nothing to confound the wise. Moses is the example. And we're the modern day people, really, not of any reputation, of no might, power, looked down upon, scorned, and Yashua Allah on the whole, looked down upon and not respected. But he's using us, you know. You got something? Yeah.
Who's reading this?
I'll finish
Yeah,
my
finish. Bring out yours, I'll bring out mine, and we're going to
1 Samuel 16 verse 7. But the Lord our power said unto Samuel, look not on his countenance, or on his height, or his stature, because I have refused him. For the Lord our power seeth not as men seeth, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord Yahweh Shem Shai looketh on the heart.
Yeah. David, yeah, there's a perfect example. David, when he was chosen out of all of the brothers, Jesse, the father, came and selected by way of the prophet Nathan. Yeah, and he called
Samuel.
That's Samuel. Yeah, Samuel, and he called him. Yeah, because it's in the book of Samuel, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he called Jesse, and he said, "Get one of your sons," and he brought all his sons for, and he left David to last, and then he said, "This is the one I'm going to anoint." He said, "Yeah, I want him." And then he that's where that reference that's where it's written. Man, look on the apple.
Okay.
I can't see the hearts. So you looked at him and you said, "No, even the father got it wrong." You know. So there's a moral to the story there. Beautiful. So we're going to end with this one. After this, we're going to wrap it up. We was in Isaiah, so let me jump down now to the point. Isaiah 40 and 28 says, "Hast thou not known?" Yeah, you was reading, didn't you? You might be reading.
Isaiah 40 and 28. Hast thou not known? Hast thou not heard that the everlasting power, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary? There is no searching of his understanding.
Yeah, there you go. How we just looked at his power. Yeah, go back to the subheading again. Yeah, greatness of his power. People are going to see that power, right? And we're gonna be in awe of his power. Our power that's come back. The knight in shining Jehovah. Why Jehovah shine? Jehovah shine is the knight in shining armor. People talk about that, but it's that's the real thing. The real knight in shining armor. Carry on. Just read up to the end, and we're gonna close it out.
29.
Yeah.
He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might, the increase of strength.
Yeah, spiritual power, you know, it's just going to start kicking in. Brothers have been saying that's going to be coming soon, man, you know. And hence why we feel like some days we feel energized.
Yeah.
There's a little,
And you could take on the whole world sometimes. Yeah.
don't get it twisted, but, you know, there's little, the most I've got his way of doing things, you know what I mean? Carry on, yeah?
Verse 30. Even the youths shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall.
Yeah.
But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength.
Yeah.
They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint.
Yep. And that's for the power and the spirit of the Alba Shai, the greatness of his power. So we give him that glory, man. But it's going to increase our strength. And we're looking forward to that day. When it says, we just look at it. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength, man. Yeah, so that's coming. Yeah. We went through some of the some molds of the story. Jonah, yeah, bringing it to modern day. Yeah, where we're rising up now. See prophecies popping off like popcorn as the elders in the prophet say. So we're going to wrap it up. We're going to leave it to the wrap up. Say Shalom, to the sincere Achim out there, and giving double honours once again to the elders and the prophets and all the 155 elect out there. Till the next time.
Hashem, 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 Hashem,